run smoothly and on time. Now, this isn't my first time in Yerevan. I've had the privilege of seeing the Aurora Prize transform from the germ of an idea marking the Armenian people's gratitude to those who helped save relatives from the genocide a century ago to where we are today, on the eve of granting the inaugural award, with an amazing contingent of political and humanitarian leaders gathered, many here today, and 4 finalists who have committed the most remarkable and awe-inspiring acts of public good in the face of great personal peril. Now, the central idea of the Aurora Prize is to publicly recognise and shine a light on extraordinary humanitarian work, and in doing so help to awaken the world both to the acts of compassion and also the problems they seek to alleviate. Slavery, civil war, genocide. It's about breaking the shackles of victimhood and victimisation and taking individual steps to make the world a better place. 100 years ago, humanity was awoken to the Armenian genocide by a range of voices calling for action: charities, the church, the media, and politicians. It was the New York Times, along with 2 brave diplomats, who galvanized the world to respond to what was fast becoming the first genocide of the 20th century. 100 years on, and 2 world wars later, the world continues to be shocked by organised acts of barbarity and violence that to many people seemingly spring out of nowhere. But as the people in the room today know, and the experts we will hear from, very few of these humanitarian crises emerge from thin air. The seeds of violence aren't planted in secret. Signs of growing unrest, acts of violence and political instability are more often than not visible to NGOs and experts who seek to draw the world's attention to them. Today, the Aurora Dialogues are designed to touch on some of the most pressing challenges we face in the world. We'll explore both current crises, with a particular focus on the refugee crisis, alongside discussing the role of the media in raising awareness. And we'll hear from inspirational voices from the field. We're beginning what we hope will be an annual dialogue that explores how past actions can help shape future solutions, and how individual endeavours can have a disproportionately positive outcome and inspire others to take action. So, some practical points. We have 4 main sessions this afternoon. First, a broad overview of the state of humanitarian issues that includes the findings from an exclusive piece of research commissioned for today's event, the Humanitarian Index. You might have read about it in some of the international press yesterday. Next, we'll focus on the refugee crisis and Syria, followed by a session exploring the role women play in humanitarian responses and a call to action. Finally, we'll look at the media. Just like the actions of the New York Times 100 years ago, how can the media wake the world to crisis and communicate and sometimes shame governments into action? Now, each panel will be led by a keynote and followed by a moderated panel discussion. A summary report of today's Aurora Dialogues will be circulated. Now, we don't want today's discussions to remain solely in the room. We want to engage beyond Armenia. So please, if you are avid or even sort of new to Twitter, please feel free to tweet in real time should you feel the urge. Now, the hashtag is #Aurora Dialogues. It's on the wall up and down the stairs. You really can't miss it. Now, as you've heard, the Humanitarian holds one of the biggest collections of ancient manuscripts and books in the world, almost 50,000 items in total. The historic sweep of these documents touches dark periods of our history that the world would rather forget. Today's modern documents capture humanitarian catastrophes in vivid terms. Books are written, newspapers and magazine articles are published, TV news broadcast stories all over the world. Consequently, you would believe that precisely because we're more informed, we're more inclined to take action than in the past. As you'll hear in research presented in our first session today, sadly, this isn't quite the case. Now, before we kick off, I'd like to invite a man who I have a deep personal admiration for to the stage, a man who I met 2 years ago, who had the idea of the Aurora Prize and the idea of creating a movement that helps Armenia and the Armenian people move beyond the genocide, to thank those who helped rescue them over 100 years ago and make a really positive impact and contribution to the world. So please, I wonder if you could applaud as he comes on, Ruben Vardanian.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, everybody. I'm really happy to see all of you here, and especially Humanitarian. It's an ancient library for history of the world civilization. 2 years ago, when we met with Ed, and I told about the dream, it looks like something unrealistic, and today we're all sitting here in Armenia, in Yerevan, in one of the most beautiful places in Yerevan, the library of the manuscripts, and talking about very important problems of today, what's happening in the world. We started our initiative with 100 Lives, which was combined a couple elements. It's Aurora Prize, which you're present, and today and tomorrow we'll have a discussion about what's happening today. But also what we did, and I'm very glad to report now to you, we said let's collect the stories about the survivors of Armenians 100 years ago. And we got already around 300 stories of the people who live in different parts of the world, who define their roots of the past, what happened to their families. And it's in 6 languages you can read whenever you want to have a time to read about the stories which people telling about their families, how they survived because somebody put life under risk and helped them. And I think it's very symbolic what today we're talking about something was happening in the world. Sitting in the past, there is a library of the past, of the history of the world. This 100 Life Stories is really stories about 100 years ago what's happened, but at the same time I think it's very influential for what's happening today. The other part what we did is we did special archive, digitalization of the Armenians archives, because we have a lot of documentary, but unfortunately, in the time it was happening in Turkey and Ottoman Empire, our genocide, there was not so many documents were saved by people, and this is why we try to keep all the documents in a different place of the world and try to digitalize for the future. The third element what we did, and I'm very glad to announce this, we did this scholarship for Syrian refugees, the kids who lost their parents. We got the special fund who was doing donation for education for 100 kids from orphanage schools in Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon, will be allowed to study in the best schools in the world, and because of the Armenians saying thank you. And it's all together is about, we're trying to keep and remember our past, we're trying to help today people who today is suffering, and we're trying to talk about the future. With the Aurora Prize, I hope, and Aurora Dialogue, which is a very critical element of this event, we can talk about something which is very critical, how we, people who are living in different parts of the world, not always being heroes, we have a couple of heroes here, but we all not heroes like them, can do something, and really I believe we can do it. And I want to wish us strong belief that everything is possible, despite all the obstacles we can do it, and I'm strong believer that only together we can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Now,
Շնորհակալություն Ռուբեն, այժմ կցանկանայի ներկայացնել իմ գործընկերներից մեկին, Ջերի Սալիվանին, նա Էդելման ընկերության հանրայնության հետ կապերի պատասխանատուն է, նա իր թիմով վերջին 2 ամիսների ընթացքում կազմել են մարդասիրական համաթիվ հետազոտության արդյունքները։ Սա չափազանց խորը եւ համակողմանի ուսումնասիրություն է, ընդգրկվել են Միացյալ Նահանգները, Մեծ Բրիտանիան, Ֆրանսիան, Գերմանիան, Իրանը եւ Լիբանանը։ Եվ համոզված եմ, որ դուք հետաքրքրությամբ կլսեք այդ հետազոտության արդյունքները, եւ դա ձեզ համար կլինի ճամփորդության պես մի բան։ Ես չգիտեմ Էդին եք ողջունում թե ինձ, բայց եւ այնպես շատ հպարտության զգացում ունեմ։ Ինչպես Էդը ասաց, մենք կարևոր տվյալներ ենք հավաքել, այդ տվյալները իհարկե մենք հրապարակենք էլեկտրոնային կայքեջերում, ինտերնետում, դուք կարող եք ձեզ հետաքրքրող թեմաները նայել։ Այս նախաձեռնության նպատակն էր ստեղծել առաջ բերել քննարկումներ, լսել արձագանքներ եւ ավելի խորը ուսումնասիրել աշխարհի տարբեր մասերում գոյություն ունեցող հրատապ հարցերը։ Լիագումար նիստի ընթացքում ես կառաջարկեմ, որ փորձագետների հետ ավելի այսպես խոր քննարկում ծավալեք, իսկ այժմ ես արագ ներկայացնեմ ինչպես ասվեց 4600 մասնակից է մասնակցել այս հետազոտությանը 6 երկրներում ԱՄՆ, Մեծ Բրիտանիա, Ֆրանսիա, Գերմանիա, Լիբանան եւ Իրան
It's 5.7 just because we had a smaller sample size there.
Մենք ուրեմն Ֆրանսիա, ԱՄՆ-ում եւ եվրոպական երկրներում ընտրել ենք 100 պատասխանող, իսկ Իրանում եւ Լիբանանում հարցվողների թիվը կազմել է 300, որովհետեւ այդքանն ենք կարողացել գտնել։ Մենք տարբեր հարցեր ենք քննարկել, հարցեր ենք առաջադրել մասնակիցներին եւ
migration or are they inextricably linked? So then the next question we asked was, so that's your opinion on the most pressing issues today. What about in the next 5 years? Once again, terrorism stayed at the top, but you see that forced migration moved up into the second spot in every country except the US, where it had ranked 7th and it moved up to 6th. Let me go back. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, we missed one slide there, so let me just give you a quick overview on that. We also took a little bit closer look at Syria, and we found that when we asked people, we gave them a choice of 60 countries and asked them the question about the whole refugee issue, where was it the most pressing? Not surprisingly, everybody ranked Syria as number one. There were some other interesting geographic nuances as well that popped up, and what we did then is we looked at it, and basically what we found out is when we asked people about the refugee hotspots, if you will, it fell into 3 categories. Informed, where people got it right; misinformed, where there were overestimates of the volume of to make those choices. The other thing that we looked at is what's the role of neighboring countries in taking in refugees. On the left is the data from the UN that points out the estimates around who are the major refugee hosting countries. And as you can see there, it's Turkey, Pakistan, Lebanon, etc. But when we asked people who they thought were taking in the most refugees, once again, they appeared to be somewhat misinformed. Turkey and Pakistan actually scored quite low. The only group in the top 5 that that Lebanon got right was Lebanon, obviously because they're so aware of the situation there at home. We then wanted to look at, okay, so we know we have a problem out there. So who has the ability to make a real difference? And the question we asked them, we wanted to see which groups they thought could make a difference by taking action. And overwhelmingly, at about 70%, they voted for the international community, and by that, the United Nations. It was followed by civil society, the NGOs, and then regional organizations like the EU and the Arab League. Interestingly, though, when we asked them about their ability personally to make a difference, they didn't rank that very high. The 2 anomalies were the US and Iran, but they scored much below these other organizations. So then we changed the question a little bit. We said, okay, you told us who you think's best positioned to take action. Who do you think has the greatest capability to address the refugee crisis? And what popped up was the European Union and the UN. This was specific to the Syrian crisis. So then, focusing a little bit more on Syria, we found out that 1 in 2 in the, believe that the international community has abandoned the refugees. So interestingly, when we asked people who's best positioned to take action, who has the best capability, they said the UN. But then when we talked about Syria specifically, they said, well, the international community is doing little or not enough to manage the Syrian crisis. As you see there on the left, quite high numbers. Furthermore, they felt that Syrian people have been abandoned by the international community. And as I said, that was about an average of 50% across the board. Now, this is my favorite slide because we said, okay, let's go a layer deeper. As we look at our international leaders, who's the best position to really make a difference? And overwhelmingly, at the top were Angela Merkel and Barack Obama, who both were in the 46% category. Interesting to me, as an American, was Vladimir Putin came in third, above David Cameron. We couldn't resist, and we said, well, let's look at the presidential frontrunners in the current presidential run-up in the U.S., and we asked about Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And as you can see by the numbers there, they didn't score very well. Hillary came in about half of Barack Obama in the U.S., and globally she came in at about 17%. And Donald Trump was in it at about 8.5% globally. So I'm not quite sure what that means for us in November, but keep a watchful eye on that. The other interesting nuance here was when we looked at the results from the Middle East, Lebanon and Iran, Ban Ki-moon moved up to the top. And the other interesting point on this slide is what I thought was in Iran, Ali Khamenei was ranked at 36%, and Barack Obama bested him at 47%. So some interesting nuances around the leader. I think one of the big takeaways from this is what we are calling a compassion gap. On the left-hand side, we asked the question, do refugees deserve help? And not surprisingly, everybody, pretty much unanimously agreed that they do. We took it one step further and said, okay, if you had the ability to help the Syrian refugees, would you do so? So the numbers drop a little bit there. But what really surprised me was when you go from emotion to action and you say, would you donate money? Would you donate time? Would you donate goods? The numbers drop off precipitously. The only place where they didn't was in Iran. But that was a bit of an anomaly. But across the board, there was this interesting gap there. So before I go to the next slide, this is sort of the quiz portion of the presentation. And I would just ask you to think to yourself, what do you think is the number of Syrians who have been forced to flee their country in the last 5 years? So as you think about that, if you said 100,000, you should move to America because we got it tremendously wrong. As a matter of fact, everybody got it wrong except Lebanon. And it was just interesting how this issue, which is front and center in the media at all categories, doesn't appear to be seeping into the general public. They know about the issue, they don't know much about the specifics. And then we asked them to talk a little bit about their own government's response to the issue, how many refugees they've actually taken in. And once again, there's a big disconnect there. As you see on the top, with the number of Syrian refugees the public believed that their country had accepted, right underneath it is the actual number. So we did not have that data for Iran, as you can see. Interestingly enough, though, we also asked them, do you think your country has already taken on too many refugees? And quite high numbers there, particularly in the Middle East, where they feel that, in Lebanon, they've done more than their fair share. But I'm not quite sure how this is going to bode for future refugees. That said, there's an overwhelming sense of compassion and respect for those delivering humanitarian aid. As you see there on the left, the question was, I have a great deal of the comment, I have a great respect for individuals who travel to conflict areas to deliver humanitarian aid. That scored quite high. We also found out, we said, well, what would move you to action? And people were really moved by a couple of things. Number one, personal stories and showing individual responsibility, transparency about where their money is going, and the global community recognized those that are delivering aid. So they really want to be told this story, why they should get involved and why they should care. So that is a very, very quick overview of the data. And as I said, I'm available and we have all of the information on the website. I think the big takeaways for this as it relates to the Aurora Prize for Awakening Humanity is, I think the first is, it's obvious there's a need to get out there and educate the public on the most humanitarian issues. While there is some level of concern, they just don't seem to grasp the data. The other thing is, and I think this really is a perfect fit for what we're all trying to do here today and what we'll do tomorrow night when we honor the finalists for the Nobel, or for the Aurora Laureate, is personal stories. Personal stories can drive action. And they also demonstrate that individuals can really make a difference. And I think tomorrow night, when you hear these stories of our finalists, you will be totally moved by it. And I think the other thing is there, going back to this need to educate, we have to fill this compassion gap. Because while we say in principle, yes, these people need help, when it comes to action, we're not very active. So with that said, I'm going to turn it back to Ed and get the experts up here to give us some insights. Thank you very much.
Terrific. Thank you, Jerry. I think you'll agree, some very interesting findings in the Humanitarian Index that Jerry set out this morning. I think findings that will inform and no doubt many of our panelists will want to respond to. Like many of you, I suspect, I'm particularly taken by this gap between the public's awareness of the real scale of Syria and what's actually happening out there. And given the media attention to this, the fact that we have got this real perception gap between the actual numbers and where the public think the problem is, I suspect that will be an issue that David Ignatius will pick up on his panel this afternoon. Right, so on to the first panel, and David Talbot. Now, David is president of the International Centre for Transitional Justice, which works to advance peace and reconciliation in post-conflict nations. He's had a distinguished career in the field as Registrar of the Special Tribunal for Lebanon, advising the UN Secretary General during the Khmer Rouge trials, and as Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. He played an incredibly important role in advising on the creation of the International Criminal Court. I haven't actually seen David for about 15 years, so I'm very delighted to reintroduce myself with him today. And perhaps, David, you could come to the stage and introduce your panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank goodness I wasn't an engineer. My father was, and he guided me toward the law. Let me introduce the panelists that we have and have them come on up now, and then we'll go. I want to make a few remarks, and we'll go into the discussion. We have Dr. Shireen Abadi, who's here. Doctor, please. Let me just say a few words about her before we introduce the next panelist. And it's a very great honor to have her with us today. She's a Nobel laureate. She's the first female judge in Iran, a longtime human rights lawyer, and a member, importantly, of the Aurora Prize Selection Committee. So it's an honor to have you here, Judge. Thank you. We now have Hannah Jelani. Here we are. Please. She is one of my heroes. She's a very respected internationally human rights lawyer from Pakistan. She's formerly the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General on Human Rights Defenders and is a member of the Elders. She is also on the Aurora Prize Selection Committee, amongst many other honors. Next, I'd like Dr. Ed Luck, to come up. Ed, where's Ed? Here he is. Ed is currently Professor of Professional Practice and International and Public Affairs, as well as the Director of the Specialization in International Conflict Resolution at Columbia University. And he is, very importantly, formerly the Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on the responsibility to protect, which is an important element of our discussion today. And finally, last but not least, we have Dr. Stephen Luckert, who is the Senior Program Curator at the Levine Institute for the Holocaust Education at the United States Holocaust Museum. Steve. And I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank Ruben, particularly in his initiative on 100 Lives, and for this great conference. I think it's very well organized and very timely, because we are really in the depths of what I would call a displacement crisis. I call it a displacement crisis because I think we need to differentiate it from a refugee crisis. It's not the product of a natural disaster. It's not the product of some kind of unforeseen catastrophe. It's a product of systematic human rights abuses, of deliberate policies, and of really flagrant violations of the rules of international law. I think we need to recognize this, and we need to take account of some of the policy failures. Obviously, the war in Iraq, the invasion of Iraq is one, but I think there are a broad array of actors on both the international and national levels that have failed, and we need to take this into account. Obviously, Assad and others bear a very great responsibility for this displacement crisis, but the policy failures, I think, by the international community as a whole are really legion. I think we should also bear in mind from the outset that we're not simply talking about Syria or the Middle East and North Africa. There's a displacement crisis in a number of African countries as well. South Sudan comes to mind, Mali, in Asia, Burma, and a number of other countries. And I think that it's a very good discussion that we can have now that's framed a bit around the humanitarian index that's just been presented by Jerry. I think it's very valuable in showing particularly this lack of understanding of this very serious displacement crisis. And I think we all bear some responsibility in ensuring that it is properly addressed and properly understood. So I really asked the panelists to address two broad questions, and we'll have a discussion here and then hopefully have enough time to open it up. But one is really the roots of the displacement crisis. What are they? How do we identify them? And secondly, how can we address those crises, that crisis? I think we need to think more critically about how we can prevent displacement crisis in the future, as well as address this one. Now, it's hardly the first time we face such crises, but I do think that this is probably the level of displacement is at a scale that we haven't seen in this world since the post-World War II period. So we have a truly outstanding panel to talk about these issues. And I'm going to start on my right with Dr. Abadi. Now, I wanted to note that she will be speaking through simultaneous translation, and I believe it's channel 1 that she'll be speaking on. So, Dr. Abadi, I wanted to ask you what you see as the root causes of this displacement crisis, and what are the failures both in terms of policy and on the ground in these countries. And I'm particularly interested in your assessment of the situation in the Middle East, Syria, and beyond. So, Dr. Abadi, if I could give you the floor.
ریشه‌های
The
جابجایی
root causes
متعدده.
of displacement are
گاهی اوقات
there are
جنگ،
several roots. Sometimes it's war.
برخی از اوقات فقر و
Sometimes it could
بیکاری،
be poverty and unemployment.
گاهی از اوقات
And
بحران
sometimes it could
زیست
be
محیطی،
environmental crisis that leads to
و
displacement.
زمانی هم
And at
هیچ کدام از
times
اینها
it
نیست.
could be none of the
استبدادی
aforementioned.
که
It could be
در یک کشور وجود داره،
a dictatorship
مثلا
that
ایران
exists in a
هیچ
country.
کدام از
For
این
instance, in
مشکلات رو
Iran,
نداره الان.
we do not see any
اما
of the aforementioned
استبدادی که در
roots,
ایران
but
هست
the
باعث شده
despotism and
تعداد
dictatorship that
زیادی از
exists in
ایرانی
Iran
ها
has resulted
مهاجرت کنند
in the flight of many Iranians who have
و
migrated.
حتی در بین سیل پناهندگانی
And
که
even among
گروه
the
بزرگی از
flood of the
پناهندگانی که آمدند
refugees
به
who
اروپا
have recently arrived in
مقداری هم
Europe,
ایرانی داریم
there are some Iranians.
بنابراین همه این
Therefore,
عوامل
all these factors
مؤثر در
could be
ایجاد
effective in
وضعیت که پیش آمده
the
اما من
current
چون از
situation.
خاورمیانه هستم
But since I
اجازه
actually
بدید
come from
متمرکز
the
بشم
Middle East,
روی
please allow me
بحران
to focus
خاورمیانه
on the
و
crisis in the Middle
جنگ
East
هایی که در اونجا
and
وجود
wars
داره
and conflicts that
الان
exist
بیشترین
in the Middle East.
پناهنده ها
Currently,
همونطوری که در
the
آمار هم
highest number of
شنیدید
refugees,
از
as you have heard,
سوریه است
statistics are from
بعد از
Syria,
عراق
then it's Iraq.
چرا اینطور شد؟
And why has this happened?
چرا اساساً جنگی شروع شد در
Basically,
سوریه؟
why did a war start in Syria in
ریشه
the first
تمام
place?
اینها
The
در
cause
خاورمیانه
of all
یک
this in the
استبدادی
Middle
است که
East is
متاسفانه در
despotism
اغلب
that
کشورها
sadly
در اون
exists
منطقه
in many countries in that region. If the Assad dynasty had
حکومت
not
کردند اگر یک
reigned
حکومت
in,
ملی بود هیچ وقت مردم قیام
not reigned
نمی‌کردند
in Syria for 45 years in such a
اگر
dictatorship,
به
they
جای
would not, people
قذافی
would not have staged an uprising. If instead of
حکومت
Gaddafi
ملی
in
و
Libya,
دموکراتیک
they
سر
would
کار
have
بود،
had a
هیچ وقت
democratic
مردم
and a national
قیام
government,
نمی‌کردند که
people
الان
would never
جنگ
have
داخلی
staged
در
an
لیبی
uprising
باشه.
leading to a civil war in Libya,
برای
thus
حفظ جانشون فراهم.
forcing the people to flee in order to save their lives.
بحث راجع به این گونه مسائل بسیار طولانیه.
If I want to really delve into such issues, it would take a very long time, and sadly we don't have much time. That's why I have to quickly highlight a few factors. And now there is one big question here: why in that region there are so few democratic and governments? Why is it that in that part of the world there is such a degree of despotism? Why is it that somebody, when somebody becomes president, he becomes president for life in that region? And they don't want to give up power, the likes of which were Saddam Hussein, Hafiz Assad, and there were hundreds of others. And it's here that we should say that the reason for that is the weak culture of democracy in that region, and we shouldn't put all the blame on the West. Of course, the West is to some extent responsible, especially the capitalist world. We cannot say that they should not bear any guilt, because this region has been an oil-rich region and therefore victim to avarice and greed. So the governments in the region actually thought about the interests of the people, it would have been different. And they would not have spent the main bulk of the budget on buying military weapons and luxurious goods. Yes, the West and the capitalist world is to some extent guilty, but I think at the same time, I think the civil society and people in that region are not doing enough, and we need to empower them so that they can spread the culture of democracy. I know I don't have much time, but I would like to highlight this point, that the West is guilty, but from many years ago there was another person that has been guilty, and that was Iran. Had Iran not supported Assad, there would not have been this war in that country. Or the situation in Yemen. And that is also because of Iran's interference in that country that the situation has been created in Yemen. The same applies to Iraq and Iranian interference. And now there's also Saudi Arabia, which for many years has seen itself as the leader of the Islamic world and thought that it is the Saudi Arabia who should have the final say on everything. However, after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, the Iranian government decided to started seeing itself as the leader of the Islamic world. So, thanks to the ambitious of two dictatorship, there's a conflagration in the Middle East. All these factors together has led to the current state of affairs and crisis. And in the second round, I will tell you what the solutions are. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. And we're really looking forward to the second round now. So, Hannah, why don't I turn to Hannah Jelani now and ask her, you've just heard Dr. Abadi's description. She talked about despotism, lack of democracy, even across that region. I wonder if you might talk a little bit more broadly, because this crisis goes beyond the Middle East, it goes throughout the world. And I would be really interested in your thoughts on what role does the failure to protect human rights play in this? And particularly, what are the human rights actors? What should they be doing? I know you have a lot of experience in this area.
David, let me first of all thank the organizers for holding such a brilliant event. As a human rights defender, I feel extremely privileged being a part of such events and being amongst people who give human rights defenders that inspiration, but also that sense of security. Because our security doesn't come from any policeman guarding us. Our security really comes from people around the world who care about the issues that we are addressing in our own different capacities in our countries. And not only care about, but there are so many people who are actively engaged in struggling against different factors that cause human rights violations. Now, coming directly to the question you have asked, we all know that human rights violations are both the cause and the consequence of several factors that we as academics, as human rights defenders, as civil society actors, journalists, lawyers, we are trying to address those factors. These include bad governance. These include use of plurality for negativity and creating divisions and creating conflicts, rather than celebrating the diversity of our populations and finding the common interest which will draw them together and work towards prosperity. We create an environment of competition, whether it is between religious groups or ethnic groups. We create an environment in which many times states have an interest. And many of those factors are exacerbated and conflict provoked by state policy very deliberately. At other times, states ignore their responsibility to hold accountable actors who are creating the environment for a conflict, many times for certain political or economic interests. And we are seeing this all over the world, and I don't think I have to go into the details of these with this kind of an audience, because all of them are in many ways dealing with either the state's open connivance with powerful economic groups, political groups, religious groups, that has led the state in many parts of the world to increase its power of control, but diminish its commitment to protect. And I think these are some of the causes that lead human rights defenders into a field where there are so many challenges. And I believe that the work of defense of human rights is impossible to do, and strategies are impossible to be constructed until we are very well aware not only of the national political climate, but also the global political climate, because this is a globalized world, whether we like it or not. What happens in one part of the world affects the other. Coming from South Asia, I know that we live in a region where both our social, economic, and cultural rights, as well as our political rights and civil rights, are very much affected by what is happening across the border. This is a region where we were one people at one time, but the whole question of plurality was very negatively resolved, and we were divided. So when we shared a common interest, we were more willing to accommodate each other's needs and to look more tolerantly at the way of life that our neighbor had. Now we don't do that. Just to enter into the next thought that I had in my mind very briefly, I know that there are many, many things that need to be done in terms of correcting politics, in terms of correcting the style of governance. But let us not forget that many people say poverty is the root cause of many of the displacement crises that we are looking at. I feel a little differently. I think it is the failure to address poverty that is leading to these crises. Poverty is a reality which we have to change. So, and it's not the condition of poverty that we have to focus. We have to focus on the poor. So when people talk of alleviation of poverty, it gives me a little bit of a discomfort. We can alleviate poverty only progressively. But while poverty is being alleviated, what do we do to alleviate the suffering of the poor? So poor-centered policies rather than policies centered on alleviation of poverty would give me much more satisfaction. Secondly, when crises happen and refugees, asylum seekers, displaced people internally become for us an issue and a crisis. They are not issues and crises. These are people going through a very difficult time and going through sufferings which has not come because of their making, but because of the making of somebody who's taking on policies which is affecting their lives in such a disastrous way. What I see, and I've seen that as a Pakistani living next to Afghanistan in the 80s, I've seen it in other parts of South Asia, I see it now in the Middle East. Please, refugees have to be dealt with in a manner in which we focus on these people and their needs. Governments, nations have a tendency of using refugees for political agendas. Please, I think that's the most cruel thing that anyone can do. I take this opportunity to make this plea to world leaders. Please do not use the presence of refugees either in your country or in your neighboring countries or in your region for taking forward political agendas. These are very real issues. These are very real people. There are children, women, vulnerable communities that we need to take care of.
Terrific. I think your last point is one that we should all very much focus on, and I think the point that you make about the poor, rather than talking about poverty, but talking about the poor is really fundamentally important, and a number of issues relating to human rights. I'm also very glad that you brought up the issue of the commitment to protect, which I'm going to take up with Ed in just a moment. But first I want to turn to Steve and ask him to help give us some historical context here. I know you've looked at other displacement or refugee crises, particularly in the World War II, post-World War II setting. So I wonder if you could give us some historical perspective on this. and also perhaps comment on maybe some of the material in the Humanitarian Index and how it might help us analyze these factors. So, Steve, turn to you.
Thank you very much, David. Sadly, the problem of refugees and mass displacement is an old one. As Ed pointed out earlier today, this has been going on for at least 100 years. When you think back to the years of the First World War, you had, for instance, the Tsarist government in Russia carrying out the mass deportations of Jews and ethnic Germans whom they considered to be traitors or potential traitors. Likewise, think about the Armenian genocide carried out by the Ottoman Empire in 1915, and the mass deaths and the mass displacement of millions of people that caused. And also, not only of Armenians, but also of other Christian minorities and of the Greek populations there. And this was an issue that wasn't particularly solved. You had, for instance, during the Russian revolutions, you had over 1.5 million Russians fleeing from the before it became the Soviet Union, but Soviet Russia, and they found themselves in a very awkward position because they had no state protection. And there was really nothing in international law that was done to really, a solution had to be devised to offer them some type of protection. So you had the Nansen passports that were created to aid them. But they were still refugees in 1933 when Adolf Hitler came to power. And Adolf Hitler precipitated yet another refugee crisis. Some people calculated that in 1933 there were already 4 million refugees that were needing some kind of protection. Hitler began this policy of forced emigration of the Jewish population, and he pursued that until the fall of 1941, when Nazi Germany embarked upon a new policy, which was mass extermination, in order to solve the so-called Jewish question. And at that time, the world, of course, was faced with this massive crisis, and it wasn't the only one going on. You have to think about during the Spanish Civil War, over 500,000 Spanish Republicans left Spain to go to France, and many of them were set up in internment camps. You also had in the Soviet Union, you had mass displacement as a result of dekulakization, and also the deportation of ethnic minorities already in the 1930s. The world, of course, was faced with a challenge. How do you deal with all these different issues? In the case of the Jews being forced to leave from Germany, there were various committees that were set up, private organizations. A League of Nations High Commissioner for Political Refugees from Germany was established, but it was dependent on private donations. That is, there was no international governmental response. Much of the response had to be done at individual governmental levels. And for instance, in the United States, there was really no refugee policy. It was immigration policy. There was a great deal of sympathy for the plight of refugees, as was pointed out even in this report on the Humanitarian Index. So this is a similar thing. As the climate of opinion in the United States, for instance, turned against Nazi Germany, particularly after 1938. There was a great deal of sympathy, but that didn't translate into action. That is, you had a great deal of sympathy pointed out in polls, but that you would still have 75% of those polled who were unwilling to open the doors up to refugees any further than they were. That is, there was sympathy but a lack of action. And even with the outbreak of war, that it was exacerbated. Franklin Roosevelt calculated in October of 1939 that he believed that the war would create conditions for 10 to 20 million people being displaced and becoming refugees. Well, the war showed that many millions more were displaced, not only with the forced deportations and mass murder of the Jews, but you had the use of slave labor on a grand scale, and it became a huge post-war problem. And you had to have a special organization, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Agency, set up to deal with that challenge of repatriating millions of people to their homes. But then there was also the issue of those who either could not or would not go back to their homes, including many Jews who faced continued persecution after the war.
Okay, thanks very much, Steve. Good presentation. What I'd like to do, Ed, I'd like to turn to you, and I'd be interested in your take on the displacement crisis. I know you've done a lot of work on the RTP doctrine, the responsibility to protect. And how do you assess the RTP doctrine and the crisis and how it's handled? What can we learn from it, this experience? How might it be more effective in the future? And I think we tend to, when we're considering the right to protect, responsibility to protect, we think of states primarily. But does the individual have a role? Do we have a role in this responsibility to protect, or is it simply our governments and the international organizations? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, David. I appreciate it. I should acknowledge at the beginning that the father of Responsibility to Protect, Gareth Evans, is here. We'll be hearing from Gareth later. So I always have to be a little careful what I say on the subject in case I might be corrected later. But let me say a couple things based on my experience of working with the Secretary General for about 6 years in this area. And it was a very embryonic area. And I must say one that was quite controversial and remains in some ways controversial. I do think there's been a lot of progress on the normative side. I think there's general acceptance that there should be state responsibility for the people, populations on its territory. I think there's general acceptance that there should be an international responsibility, certainly to prevent and to respond. There are controversies still about military response. There is controversy about military response on any subject, and this is one more. And there are questions about Security Council decision-making. But I must say we've made a lot of progress, I think, with the member states, and I think this is something that's here to stay. It wasn't a passing idea. It's something that has very deep roots. And unfortunately, as we see the growing ranks of refugees and forcibly displaced, as we see the number of mass atrocities, some people would say, well, that means that R2P hasn't cured everything. Well, of course it hasn't. But it also means that it's needed more and more. And what I think people don't see are the many cases where quiet preventive action has been taken, either so that atrocities didn't begin, or they began and were cured before they became too large. And I think we also have to look at a lot of places that have had this kind of crimes in the past and trying to prevent them to be a reoccurrence. It's often said that the best predictor of genocide is past genocide. So I think the accountability issues, many of the things that you've worked on so much, David, are very important in this regard. Now, let me say a couple of things about the sources, because I think it's relevant to this experience. I haven't found that there's a direct correlation between human rights violations per se and the likelihood that there will be mass atrocities committed. We found a number of cases, the first one I dealt with, Kenya, after the 2007 election, a place where there had not been a particularly nasty human rights record. But with the election results that people didn't accept, power struggle, very quickly this was turned into sectarian violence. It looked like it was going to escalate rather badly. You remember masses of people being burned in churches, other things. It had a lot of the feeling of Rwanda to it. So the former Secretary General the current Secretary General, many others were involved in the mediation. It worked out in the end, I think, reasonably well. But if you had simply looked at places that were with the most chronic human rights violations, it wouldn't have been a perfect match. There have been other places with quite bad human rights records, which unfortunately have been chronic and weren't changing in the way that might have led to mass atrocities. And so one of the things that we found out in this experience is you have to look particularly at the issue of preventing genocide and other mass atrocities, not simply say it's a subset of human rights or a subset of peacekeeping or a subset of conflict resolution. You ask different questions and you look for different things. And these are very uncomfortable questions. They're not the sorts of things that fit naturally and easily into international diplomacy. You're saying things to leaders that they don't want to hear. You're saying things to populations that they don't want to hear. There's no country that wants to say we're on the eve of mass atrocities, that these things could happen here. Everyone thinks it happens somewhere else. And that, of course, is a dangerous thing. So we have to recognize that we need things like the responsibility to protect because it forces people to ask the right questions. And we'll never get the right answers if we don't ask the right questions. So I think this is a particular field that's developing. I think it's developing reasonably well, but it's still at best in an embryonic stage. And it's a long, long-term effort. We've had a genocide convention for almost 70 years. It's only really been since R2P's been around there's been any real effort to build a strategy to make it operational, to put it into practice. Otherwise, it was simply acknowledged, but it wasn't made part of policy and it wasn't made part of strategy. And that is what R2P is bringing to this. Now, I'm glad, I appreciate that you added the question of the individual responsibility to protect. It's something my wife and I are developing because it's a corollary. Many people think of responsibility as only of states and governments and responsibilities of international institutions. My experience has been the individual piece has been the most critical one. I think that's the spirit behind the Aurora Prize. I think that's what we heard about just now on the Humanitarian Index. Again and again, it's the attitudes of people. And if R2P is to make a difference over time, it's because people are interested and it galvanizes their interests. We have to see the choices that people make before there are mass atrocities, while mass atrocities are occurring, and after they occur. Those choices are critical. We shouldn't say that vulnerable populations should simply wait for other governments or international institutions to come to their aid. That's going to be too late. They have agency. They have choices. And I was just at the Genocide Museum here yesterday, a very moving account of those who did resist and those who did save lives. And that's extremely important. So we don't want a static enterprise where people sit and wait and hope that someone is going to come and help. And if the Security Council doesn't vote in the right way, or people aren't going to have a military solution, that we have no other way through it. Because there is very much a question of prevention. It's very much a question of person-to-person attitudes. It's very much a question of the choices all of us make in these kinds of situations. So I'm very delighted that the Aurora Prize is recognizing those individuals who have made the courageous decisions, because that is the core of R2P, and that is the core of preventing mass atrocities. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. And I wanted to turn to you first and kind of ask you about this prevention issue, which I think is so important. We've already talked about some of the root causes. Ed has outlined responsibility to protect as a key element to prevent displacement crisis in the future, human rights abuses. There are a lot of other tools out there, of course, that we think about. And I was just curious to ask you, human rights is often very much in terms of rhetorical. We have it very high on the agenda rhetorically, but enforcement is weak, as you've already discussed. So I wonder what's your view on the issue of prevention. Where does RTP fit in? Where do other tools fit in? How can we best assure that these kind of violations don't happen in the future?
Well, I wish I had the right answers for what you're asking. And if anybody did have those answers, I think the world would be a different place. But what I look at these issues through the human rights defenders' prisms. And we are in the business of finding solutions, even where tools are not available. Because like we just heard, you can't ask an effectee to wait till change is brought about. So you have really to make do with whatever there is that is available. Prevention is possible if the world has patience with plurality, with democracy, and allows it to develop. I agree absolutely that there is that individual responsibility also to protect rather than the state. Today, the crises that we are looking at have a greater element of mischief by non-state actors. Nevertheless, we have to believe and find ways of enforcement through the power of the state. After all, as individual citizens or members of a society, why do we give that power to the state? So that that power can be used to protect us. Impunity for human rights violations gives non-state actors encouragement to continue with that. And in that, I include not only non-state actors who commit political violence, but also non-state actors who misuse economic power. Secondly, impunity for individual violations are as important as mass violations. I know that when, as a human rights defender, we take up causes for advocacy, to show the injustice of what we are trying to address in the abstract is not easy. To get public support, it is very important that you put a face to a problem. So the voice of the victim is very important for people to understand that a general violation that is occurring in everyday life of a country is affecting people in a certain way. I think that's very important. On a higher plane, let me say, international policies of intervention. I'm all for humanitarian and human rights interventions. But I also think that while preserving the legitimacy of such interventions by the international community, and I strongly believe that there is legitimacy in such interventions, there must be a commonly agreed criteria before such interventions can take place. An analysis of what will happen afterwards. And we have seen in Libya, in Iraq, now we are also, I'm afraid we'll see it in Syria. Regime change has to be a policy or a kind of intervention that has to be, or objective that has to be revisited. Regime change in my kind of countries and my kind of regions create instability. It throws up greater challenges for the defense of human rights. It throws up greater challenges to find harmony. We are already living with divisions. It is, I think, better to find ways of more dialogue, more or better global leadership that has both the capacity and the ability and commitment to draw people to a table and hold talks and dialogues. I don't mind if it takes longer, but as long as change is brought with a blueprint for what happens afterwards. I think that's extremely important. And then the role of the United Nations. I know people have a great deal of skepticism on that. I think it could improve. I don't know if the authority of the Security Council needs to be enhanced, but certainly its structure needs to be changed. Secondly, not the authority, but the capacity of the United Nations must be enhanced. Countries that are members, states of the United Nations, sometimes take on a role of competing with the United Nations and trying to weaken it. I think that's a mistake. We need a central authority where you don't have the sense that a particular country is dominating you, but that the sense of the international community comes from a multilateral organization. But also, remember, the United Nations is not just states. The Charter of the United Nations starts with we the people, and then somewhere we disappear. We need to bring the United Nations closer to we the people so that what decisions are taken reflect in many ways and to a greater extent the will of the people of the world. So more accessibility and more impact and influence of civil societies.
Dr. Abadi, I wonder if I could call on you first in terms of what Henna just said and what your reaction to it is, in terms of a greater role for the United Nations, the possibility in some cases of humanitarian intervention. And if we're thinking about prevention, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa region, what do you think are the tools of prevention of these violations for the future? How do we get at the root causes of this displacement crisis?
The root causes of displacement are not only human rights violations. For instance, there is the environmental crisis or poverty that stems from financial shortages. And all this lead to enforced displacement. However, allow me to focus on the existing crisis. In other words, the situation that has come about. And with much regret, I have to acknowledge that this situation will continue. On average, 6,000 people a day flee the Middle East and Africa towards Europe. And this situation will continue and it will not end. And in my view, if we don't adopt any decisions now, I think the humanitarian crisis will even go further than how it was in the Second World War. Now, what are the solutions? I will divide the solutions into three categories. One is a long-term solution, then there is a medium-term solution, and then there is a short-term solution. As for the long-term solution of these crises, one is that we should bring about a situation in which human dignity is safeguarded. In other words, there should be no wars, there should be no hunger, there should be no despotism. And of course, as I said, this is a long-term project which may take years. But there is no other choice, and this is something that we have to focus on, and which is the dignity of human beings. If we manage to safeguard dignity of human beings, nobody will face dangers such as even risking being drowned in the sea in order to reach Europe. As for the medium-term revolution is to put an end to the current suffering that exists. And by that, I mean that the ongoing wars must end, and I hope that the peace talks on Syria will not be merely rhetoric, and so far it's been only that. And I hope that the ceasefire in Yemen will not be just temporary. On the one hand, they declare a ceasefire, and on the other, they throw bombs on the people, and they expect the people to be killed in these bombings and not flee for Europe. So that they must be displaced. They have no other solution. As for the short-term solution, that is that many of these refugees, as we heard earlier from one of the panelists, they live in camps in Turkey, Jordan, Lebanon. They mainly live in these camps. And I hope that one day you will actually personally go to these camps to actually witness for yourself the plight, the horrific plight of these refugees. They are deprived of the most basic needs, even water, drinking water. If somebody has run away from bombs, to save their lives, they want to go somewhere where they can live. Living in a camp where there is not even drinking water, how long can you live? 6 months, a year, 2 years? For how long can you survive? There are no schools. And sooner or later, and gradually, you are going to have a generation that's going to be illiterate, because they live in these camps which there is no hygiene, no food, and so they have no other choice, these people, but to accept these dangers and go in search of sanctuary to Europe, and in later stages maybe even to go to the United States. Instead of some countries exploiting the plight of refugees in order to gain themselves entry into European Union, or try and raise funding under the pretext that they are helping the refugees, we have to deal with the situation inside these camps. And to that end, we must not place the entire responsibility on European governments, saying that they should open their borders, all their borders. Europe can only accept refugees to a certain extent. They don't have enough resources. So we need to equip these camps, make sure that they have resources, and they don't even have nappies for babies in these camps. They have no drinking water, as I said, so they need to have better equipped, they must better equip these camps so that people can, when they're accepting risks and they're endangering their lives. In the last month alone, 500 people were drowned as they were trying to reach Europe on a boat. Every month, many are drowned in a bid to arrive in Europe. Why? If they had equipment in these camps, they wouldn't be risking their lives to come to Europe. I want to highlight something tragic, and that is with regards to Islamic countries. Why aren't they not helping these camps? Where is Qatar? Qatar is one of the richest countries, where its per capita income is higher than everywhere else. Why are they not helping? Why isn't the United Arab Emirates helping? Why is not Kuwait coming forward to help? Why is it that the responsibility is being put on Germany, Italy, or France, for instance? Why the United Arab Emirates or Qatar? These are countries that need a workforce. They have always brought imported workforce from Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan because it's cheap. So why not use these refugees? Why have you closed the borders to them? Yet, why? Because you don't want to give nationality, a citizen. You don't want to give citizenship to anyone. You only expect Germany to give citizenship to these people? So if you're talking about Islam, if you're talking about Islamic countries sympathizing, where are these Islamic countries? They're not giving money. They're not giving any kind of humanitarian assistance, plus the fact that, unfortunately, many Islamic countries are the causes of this predicament, such as Iran and Saudi Arabia. Or it's the rivalries among them which has led to the status quo. And now all these Islamic countries have stepped back, and they're just crying out about, oh, look at the plight of the Muslims around the world. Where are you, Muslim countries?
Steve, I wanted to turn to you. We're kind of running out of time, but I wondered if you, from your research and experience, what your view on steps for the future, prevention, you might propose based on your study of a number of refugee crises in the past.
Well, I think what's very interesting, and Edward brought this up earlier, was the example of Kenya. And in one of the previous elections, you had a number of activists that were on the ground using cell phone technology to counter the rumors and stories that had helped to incite violence in the previous election. And so that helped to play a role in kind of calming things down. So when reports went out about, some a village being attacked, they would get information about what was really happening and transmitting that to calm that situation down. And that was something done by a lot of individuals. And I thought that's a very good way to use counter speech to deal with propaganda aimed at incitement. The other aspect of this that I think is extremely important is for information to be delivered to the general public about these crises. I think too often, when I look at many of the reports, human rights reports, they're written for other analysts. They're not written for the general public. So consequently, that information is just circulating within a particular group. It's not reaching the general public. So I think that's got to change a bit. I think the museum is making a big step there, for instance, with our Simon Scott Center for the Prevention of Genocide, so that on the second floor of our building, we're doing exhibitions and things that call attention to what's happening, whether that's in refugee camps in Jordan or what's happening with the Syrian refugees today elsewhere. And so I think using that platform to reach the millions of visitors that we get every year is a good way of doing that. My final point that I want to raise is the importance, for instance, today in encouraging in places like Iraq, where you've had ISIS or Daesh committing genocide against the Yazidi and others, that you have to have the Iraqi government as well as others serve to protect those people from destruction. Because when I look at the situation in Iraq, I see many similarities to what happened during the Armenian genocide, where you had minorities targeted. In fact, some of the exact same policies are being used by Daesh in Iraq. And I think there has to be this effort of the Iraqi government and various militias to protect the rights of minorities there. And that's something that, for instance, the museum has called attention to as well.
Okay, thanks very much. Ed, this is probably the final round, so I wanted to get a final word from you. And as we think about RTP, how do we make that more of a reality, number one? And number two, Are there other tools in addition to RTP? We've discussed that to some extent, but it might be useful, given your vast experience, to outline some of the other tools for prevention purposes.
Sure, thank you very much. One, I think we should think, whether it's R2P or other tools, less about intervention and more about engagement. We found an awfully lot of cases where we could engage with government authorities, where we could engage in civil society in various places, when they seem to be taking the wrong path and making the wrong choices. And there were several cases in which the Security Council never got involved. I think, for example, of Kyrgyzstan with the violence in Osh in 2010. Hundreds of thousands of people displaced. Differences in religion and ethnicity seem to be at the base of it, along with economic issues and some political issues. Second of all, in that regard, we think of governments, but we really should think of individuals in those governments who could be targeted for messages, who could be reminded that there is something like the International Criminal Court they might have to worry about down the line, that might be worried about the future of their economy, that might be worried about foreign investment, where you can get messages to them, and where international institutions can join with regional institutions and national governments to offer both carrots and sticks if people make different choices. And here I think one of the critical problems that we've seen in recent years is leaders that won't leave, who insist on staying and staying and staying despite popular pressures. And obviously Syria is a case in point. Libya was another case in point. There have been many, many others in recent years. And we have to get better at finding tools to move people on. And I think the African Union has been looking at this quite seriously in recent years. And I think as a larger international community, we have to pay more attention to that. And that's going to involve, among others, the private sector. And I think we very often leave the private sector out of the conversation, or just think of it as a problem rather than as part of a solution. The question of investment, the question of companies that have large numbers of employees in particular places, we should be thinking of them as part of civil society potentially, and not necessarily only as part of the problem, but potentially as part of the solution as well. And just a final word on this, we're about to appoint a new Secretary General. They always like to think they're elected, but according to the charter, they're appointed, and whoever she or possibly he might be, you know, we should be asking very hard questions now about their attitudes towards R2P, their attitudes towards human protection, their understanding of these kinds of situations, and put them to the test, and recognize that ultimately we as citizens, wherever we might live, we have to hold our political leaders accountable. If there isn't a resistance to hate speech, to incitement, to targeting of minorities, that is something which the body politic has to make their leaders accountable for in a political way. Accountability is not only after the fact legal accountability. It has to be political accountability every day. And those are the choices that we make in terms of which issues we think are important, which issues do we protest about, how do we join together, and do we recognize that if some of our fellow citizens are threatened, that we are all threatened. Thank you.
Very time for questions. Well, I'm going to get fired because I didn't manage the time well enough to give the audience questions. So I do want to thank the panelists. Just one word, because I think Ed has talked about accountability, and I think it's important that to know that there's steps that can be taken now for accountability in the future. Obviously, there are a lot of needs that need to be addressed in the displacement crisis, but a number of groups, for example, in Syria, are collecting documents that will be useful in transitional justice measures, including criminal prosecutions, including truth commissions, perhaps for reparations, perhaps for vetting out of human rights abusers, out of the security forces. So documentation is very important, and I think it's never too early to start to work with civil society groups and other active social forces, whether they're outside of the country, probably perhaps inside in some cases, where we can build knowledge about what accountability is about, so that we begin to break this kind of cycle of revenge, so that we avoid the kind of, this is I think an important part of prevention. If we have accountability at some point after these abuses have happened, rather than simply trying to clean the slate clean. And so I think it's really important for us to think about how we can prepare for the time when the displacement crisis ends, so that we build a future on human rights and on accountability, rather than trying to build it on impunity. And I think that's a very important point. So that was going to be my next question to the panel. So I've taken it, and I think this has been a great panel. These are tremendous experts that you have in front of you, and it's been an honor for me to be with them today. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you to the panel. I think you'll all agree, some very powerful remarks this morning. Shirin Ebadi talking about the deep-seated structural issues behind the refugee crisis, despotism, control, diminishing commitment to protect. Spoke very, very powerfully about the need to tackle the camps, particularly help coming from Islamic countries that's required. Hina Jalali's made, I think, an incredibly important point to us all this morning about how politicians mustn't use the refugee crisis as an excuse to advance domestic policy. These are real people, as she said, children, young people, women, men. Stephen Lockhart gave us the historical perspective. This is nothing new. He gave us a statistic that in 1933, 4 million refugees were already displaced through World War I, and then you talked about the Spanish Civil War, but despite sympathy, you said it wasn't translating into action, which brought us on to Ed Luck and the responsibility of the individual. Ed said this is the most critical issue. It's the attitudes of people that's the most important thing. And I think these are important remarks to think about as we move into the coffee break. We've got about 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back for session 2. I do promise you lunch, but it will be after session 2, I'm afraid. So do make use of the biscuits when you're out there. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn from a benevolent headmaster to rather a stricter one, as our discipline around the breaks is already capacity. Can we please close the doors now? Can we close the doors? Thank you. Right. As we heard in research from session 1, there's unanimity amongst the sample that one of the most pressing humanitarian challenges we face is the refugee crisis. And it was obviously a big feature in the first panel discussion as well. Taking Syria alone, there are around 5 million people who've been forced to flee their homes, the majority of whom end up not in Europe but in developing countries that struggle to cope. This is a problem that seems to be getting worse, not better, so how do we respond? Now, before we welcome Gareth Evans, a man who in his capacity as president of Crisis Group for almost a decade made a significant global contribution to raising awareness of impending crises and presenting practical policy solutions, along with Gillian Sorensen, board member of the IRC and a senior advisor at the United Nations Foundation, I'd like to introduce Vegan Sargsyan, Chief of the Presidential Administration of Armenia, who's going to talk to us for a few minutes before the panel discussion. Thank you very much, Vegan. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it's a great honor to host in Armenia some of the world's most prominent humanitarians, academic and media leaders. And I would like to also welcome you very warmly here in this institution as the chairman of the board of Mate Nadaran. This is a depository of ancient Armenian manuscripts, and this venue has a lot of symbolism. It captures a collective image of intellectual, historic, cultural, moral, and philosophical heritage of our nation. Every piece in this treasury of manuscripts has its own story, and it is a story of deliverance that mirrors the tragic pages of the Armenian nation, but at the same time a story of preservance and survival. As a matter of fact, last year when we were commemorating the centennial of the Armenian Genocide, in this very institution we hosted a special exhibition called Surviving Manuscripts, because we host a lot of manuscripts here which survived the Armenian Genocide and were saved as pieces of Armenian heritage which was ripped apart as part of the genocidal attempt. On these exact days last year, we commemorated the centennial of the Armenian Genocide, and it was based on 4 major pillars, those of remembrance, gratitude to those who extended a hand of help in that difficult time when international protection of human rights was absolutely not a universal norm, and it was quite a courageous step on part of many to extend that hand in those days. Revival of the nation after that genocide. And the 4th pillar was that of international fight against the crime of genocide in general. And that 4th pillar was particularly important in terms of turning Armenia into a platform for all those oppressed, all those persecuted, to have a chance to speak up and to make their points and their voice heard. And during the first global forums that took place in Yerevan last year, many of the participants advised us that it's not only Armenia's right, but rather Armenia's duty to really turn into such a platform. And that's how we came to the idea of institutionalizing that forum. And we cooperated closely with the International Association of Genocide Scholars, which is also represented very actively in this 2nd forum now, and decided that this will be a biannual event happening in Yerevan in April every 2nd year. This year, the topic of the forum, and it's never aimed to concentrate on the Armenian genocide particularly, but on the crime of genocide in general, we responded to the existing major crisis of refugees and dedicated the forum to the problem of living witnesses of genocides. Because it seems that these people, as much as we speak about them, don't really have sufficient protection in international law and practice after they do face that most difficult moment in their lives and when they need to really revive after that crime and that tragedy. We started the forum this morning with a high-level panel, and many of you were present there. The President of the Republic, in his introductory remarks, spoke of the fact that international law still lacks sufficient mechanisms for protection and restoration of rights of the victims of crimes against humanity, war crimes and genocides. He called on to review the existing mechanism and come up with ideas to empower international institutions to reach out, protect and provide help to those who continue to face unacceptable and inhuman treatment in the 21st century. In the short video clip shown to us earlier, we saw images of refugee camps and caravans, images from a century ago and from these days, these very days. And resemblance of those images is startling. It is difficult to imagine that the age of progress, education, decolonization, and revolutionary breakthrough in international protection of human rights has altogether avoided the vicious minds of perpetrators of these new crimes against humanity. For us in Armenia, it is a particularly painful topic because many of those who fled to Armenia to find refuge from ISIS horrors in Syria and Iraq are children and grandchildren of those who marched that same Syrian desert escaping the Armenian genocide a century ago. And when one sees those similarities in the refugee marches then and now, one can only ask, how long is this going to continue? We are proud that close to 20,000 Syrian refugees have easily integrated in our society in this last couple of years. As a government, we have tried to extend a hand and help with a speedy naturalization, recognition of main documents, providing health care and support education in responding to what appears to be one of the biggest per capita refugee waves in Europe. Unfortunately, the lessons learned from the two main catalysts of the international society, namely the two world wars that occurred in the 20th century, seem to be contained and limited to regulations of relations between the big and powerful only, while the weak and peripheral are left to suffer without meaningful resort to law and justice. We therefore need to understand as a society, as leaders in our respective fields, what is being done wrong. Where have we failed to establish sufficient safeguards to meet our promise of never again? Aurora Dialogues and the Global Forum are two important steps, additional pieces in this big puzzle. In direction and contributions they make will mark a real change in the sea of formalistic indifference, deafness and blindness towards hate speech, xenophobia, and any form of discrimination in case any of this happen in places which we consider to be just too far away from us to worry about or to think about. Those who love statistics and figures often rebut voices speaking up against modern-age crimes against humanity by showing that overall numbers of victims today is much lower than it used to be half a century ago or so. They might be well right, but the more sophisticated our instruments are, the higher level of responsibility we feel upon us. And this fight for each human life, each child's right, each one oppressed and discriminated, shall become only more rigorous. Our voices shall get only more loud. Our efforts shall be only more tireless, since as one of the most commonly met books in this depository, namely the Holy Bible, guides us, from the one who has been entrusted with much, much more will be asked. With this, I once again welcome you to Armenia and to Mate Nadaran, and with a great pleasure turn it to our second panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regan. So if I could now introduce a man I have known for almost 15 years, actually, a man who has had a tremendous impact on the world. The Honourable Gareth Evans is President Emeritus of International Crisis Group, an organisation which works across the spectrum of crisis prevention and conflict resolution. During his tenure, the organisation firmly established itself as the preeminent source of conflict information and policy prescriptions, advising national governments and international organisations. He's had a distinguished career in politics in Australia, Attorney General, Energy Minister, Transport Minister, Leader of the Senate, Deputy Leader of the Opposition. But it was his tenure as Foreign Minister for 8 years that he really began to lay down his contribution to the world. So please welcome Gareth Evans.
Well, thanks very much, Ed, for that rather over-generous introduction, but here we are. The European refugee crisis may have been a little less prominent in the world's headlines the last couple of weeks, but the Syrian conflict, which lies at the heart of it, continues to defy any kind of lasting solution. And the overall global situation in relation to refugees and other displaced persons is as bad as it has ever been. We had these issues very well opened up for us in the first session, but unhappily there's still a lot for us to talk about in this session. Let me begin by just spelling out in a few words again than at any time since World War II. As at the end of last year, there were some 60 million people spread around 52 countries. Over 38 million internally displaced people, 20 million refugees, and another nearly 2 million asylum seekers awaiting evaluation of their claims for refugee status. More than a quarter of all those displacements are due to conflicts in Syria, Iraq, and South Sudan, while more than half of the world's 20 million refugees come from just 3 conflict-ravaged countries, Syria, Afghanistan, and Somalia. The conflict in Syria, which is going on now, as we happily know, for over 5 years, killing over 260,000, maybe as many as 400,000, reducing national life expectancy from 75 to 55, has been the biggest single contributor to the tide of human misery we are now witnessing. The total, as you've heard, of some 4.8 million Syrian refugees, even if Americans think there's only 100,000, 4.8 million Syrian refugees and at least 6.6 million internally displaced Syrians is currently the largest number of people displaced by any conflict in the world. There are, in addition, overall, some 13.5 million Syrians now in need of protection and humanitarian assistance of one form or another. While in recent months Western attention has focused on the flood of Syrian refugees into Europe, as we've heard again in earlier sessions, the overwhelming majority of them, some 95% in fact, have not been taken in by the West, but Syria's neighbours, Jordan, Lebanon and Turkey, creating enormous problems for those states. And this reflects the global situation elsewhere, with developing countries, states immediately adjacent to problem source countries like Burundi and Somalia, invariably bearing the biggest burden. For example, the Dadaab refugee camp in northern Kenya is currently the largest in the world, hosting as it does some 330,000 Somali refugees. In the case of Syria, while no doubt it's the case that some of those who've left the country have been economically motivated by the country's crumbling economy, it's clear that by far the greater motivation has been raw physical fear. Fear of the brutality of the Assad regime, fear of the barbarity of Daesh, or ISIL, or Islamic State, or fear simply of being caught in the three-way crossfire between the regime, its militant political opponents, and Daesh. Mass atrocity crimes, as you've also heard in the earlier sessions, whether they be legally defined as genocide or other crimes against humanity or war crimes, have been the currency of this conflict from the outset. And those occupying and commanding particular swaths of territory, be it the Syrian state itself or many of its militia opponents, certainly Daesh, have conspicuously failed to meet their responsibility to protect those under their control from such atrocities, as demanded of them under that set of principles that were unanimously embraced by the United Nations General Assembly in 2005, about which you heard Ed Luck talking so lucidly in the last session. So too has the wider international community conspicuously failed to meet its own responsibility to protect in the face of the unfolding catastrophe in Syria. The Security Council has been almost completely paralysed on the subject since 2011. Nobody has really seriously suggested that coercive military intervention was ever going to cause more good than harm, but as sure as hell the Security Council should have done better than it did, particularly back at the beginning in 2011, when it was essentially just one-sided, manageable violence and a very strong resolution of condemnation from the Security Council, combined with sanctions or threats of International Criminal Court prosecution or whatever, arms embargoes, would unquestionably have made a difference. But instead, the paralysis induced by earlier policy failures over Libya, which we can talk about in question time if we get a chance, the reality is that that paralysis led to a complete failure even to condemn what was going on, and that gave Assad a sense of impunity, which resulted almost immediately in the situation unfolding into the kind of terrible civil war we've seen now, and gave the opportunity then of Daesh to take advantage of that subsequent chaos with its own primeval brand of savagery. Well, that's where we are. That's where we are in Syria, in the Middle East. That's where we are globally. What can we possibly do to address these situations? In saving Syria's and the world's refugees, there are really two kinds of constructive, coordinated international response that are always necessary. The first thing to do is obviously to try to resolve the problem at source by removing the fears that are driving people from their homes. And the second big task is to treat with humanity and dignity and decency those who have fled their homes because of a well-founded fear of direct persecution or a fear of general exposure to violence. Beginning then with the issue of addressing the problem at source, I think it has to be acknowledged that the main game when conflicts are involved has to always be political negotiation. The reality is that it's only quite rarely that a major conflict is actually resolved by outright military victory by one side or the other, rather than by political negotiation. And of course, if it's the bad guys who do win outright through military victory, that's not likely to guarantee any kind of long-lasting peace and certainly won't do much to help refugee return. But good political solutions can be incredibly difficult to construct. Every conflict situation, as I know very well from my years as both Foreign Minister and heading the International Crisis Group, has its own dynamic, and there's simply no cookie-cutter solutions. Successful peacemaking requires a lot of things to come together, at least a modicum of political will on the part of the major actors themselves, certainly high-quality diplomatic resources, certainly on the part of those diplomatic resources, creativity, stamina, and a willingness to work with some very ugly customers indeed. Something I had to do in the Cambodian peace negotiations, sitting across the table from the Khmer Rouge leadership, was not, I tell you, a comfortable experience. It's a matter of having the resources and the commitment to deal with spoilers that so often destroy these peace processes, and it's a matter also of getting the balance right between peace and justice. Giving amnesty to war criminals is not very good for anyone's moral digestion, but can sometimes be the only way of stopping even more large-scale bloodshed. In the case of Syria, it's long been clear to most observers that neither the government, with or without the help of Russia, nor the Sunni rebels are likely to win outright. And it is only a political negotiation that can contain and ultimately eliminate the violence between them and enable a successful common front to be constructed against Daesh. Any such political negotiation would always have been difficult given the intensity of the emotions which are obviously surging on both sides. But for a long time, political negotiation was made quite impossible by the United States and wider Western insistence that President Assad himself was so much the problem that he could never be even a small part of the solution. Now, with the United States, if not yet the Syrian opposition, having quietly modified its position in this respect, some political progress has been made, with the UN Security Council last December unanimously endorsing Resolution 2254, a roadmap for a peace process that outlined a blueprint for a national ceasefire and set out a timetable for UN-facilitated talks between the government and opposition members. The cessation of hostilities, which has been in effect formally since late February, has certainly not stopped completely government military action taking place under the guise or pretense of attacking extremist groups that were excluded from the ceasefire, nor has it now, of course, as we've unhappily seen in the last few days, some opposition offensives claimed to be in turn in response to government excesses. So one has to say the ceasefire at the moment is in an incredibly fragile condition. But at least until very, very recently, the ceasefire does seem to have lowered overall levels of violence while creating the conditions for some military progress to be made against Daesh, allowing increased flows, certainly of humanitarian aid, to meet those in need. And it did seem to be beginning to create a somewhat more conducive environment for a political process. On that political process, one, I'm afraid, would have to be a rather supreme optimist to think that those talks mediated by the UN Special Envoy, Staffan de Mistura, are going to produce positive results any time soon. Having restarted in Geneva on the 13th of April, they've now been suspended again, as you've all seen in the press, with the opposition refusing to talk, if not yet to leave Geneva, which is a hopeful sign, following the regime's alleged ceasefire breaches around Aleppo and Idlib. But all that said, this process remains the only game in town, and we can only hope that it will eventually bear fruit. What about the second big problem? Meeting the humanitarian challenge. Return home for the foreseeable future, if indeed in some cases ever. On any view, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the agency entrusted with wrestling with this problem, faces a nightmarishly difficult task, and it's being made even more difficult, one has to say, by the behaviour of many governments who seem to have lost all sight of our common humanity in a bid to pander political favour with electorates spooked in particular by anti-Islamist extremist sentiment, sometimes also economic anxiety about losing jobs, or even less defensively by general nationalist, racist, anti-outsider sentiment. I should say in this respect that I have absolutely nothing to be proud of with respect to the behaviour of successive Australian governments, my own country, from both sides of politics, whose policy actions have in fact been called in aid by a lot of European governments, saying how terrific we were. In the name of stopping the boats, in order to stop drownings at sea, of which we did experience tragically some 1100 before policy was hardened, Australia has introduced a regime of quite indefensible harshness for dealing not just with so-called queue-jumping economic migrants, but also with dealing with those who are unquestionably genuine asylum seekers. And at the same time, we've done little or nothing to advance a regional processing kind of solution, with major increases in settlement quotas, which could quickly and fairly move people out of limbo. So with so many governments in default in so many ways, what are we to say about how the European refugee crisis has been and should be handled? So a few concluding remarks on this subject. For the moment, and it may be that this will only be for the moment, the crisis does seem to have been defused by last month's agreement between the EU and Turkey, brokered by Germany's Angela Merkel. Under this agreement, as you know, all new arrivals arriving in Greece across the Aegean are to be sent back to Turkey and supported there, with a process then of orderly settlement of equal numbers back into Europe, with quotas established for EU member states and Turkey itself generously financially reimbursed for its costs, because in doing this, and given some other political concessions. All of this has been very widely criticised, as you will have seen, as being, among other things, illegal, impractical, immoral. Massive downsides. Greece is under massive strain as the transit location tasked with assessing the origins and asylum eligibility of those already there and still arriving. Serious doubts are being expressed about Turkey's bona fides. Too many EU member states are still being totally uncooperative or insufficiently generous about resettlement, and the whole scheme does seem to be manifestly underfunded. It's difficult, I have to say, to be too purist about an agreement which has at least some visible moral foundation, that's to say stopping irregular migrant and asylum seeker flows in order to make way for regular flows, and which for the time being anyway seems to have worked at least in dramatically reducing arrival numbers into Greece. But that said, it's obviously an agreement built on very fragile foundations and could fall apart at any time, not least when it comes to EU members honouring their resettlement obligations. What's manifestly necessary, I think, is the kind of comprehensive program, very ambitious comprehensive program, as is his wont, advocated recently by George Soros, writing in the New York Review of Books this month, when he said that program should be one providing Turkey and other frontline countries with adequate funding to maintain their very large refugee populations, creating a common EU asylum agency and security force for the EU's external borders, addressing the humanitarian chaos in Greece, and establishing common standards across the Union for receiving and integrating refugees. At the heart of Soros's argument is the need, as he sees it, for adequate funding, particularly to give enough financial support to refugees and the countries hosting them, containing them in the Middle East, to make their lives there more viable, allowing them to work, send their kids to school. Soros argues that this would help keep the inflow to levels which the EU, even in the current very unfavourable political environment, can absorb and should target. And he suggests that should be between 300,000 and 500,000 arrivals a year. The costs involved in all this are estimated by Soros at a rather mind-boggling 30 billion euros, US dollars 34 billion a year, which he argues can nonetheless be financed by debt in the first instance and then recouped ultimately, very ambitious for anyone to suggest this, by new Europe-wide taxes. He argues that although these numbers sound huge, maybe they don't sound as huge to George Soros as they do to the rest of it, but he argues that $30 billion a year is less than 1% of the EU's combined annual GDP, and less than 0.5% of combined EU government spending. And moreover, it's a number that needs to be taken into account when you consider, as he estimates, that at least 47 billion euros a year would be lost, it would cost the EU that much if the Schengen system of open internal borders were to collapse, which may well be the price of inaction in this enterprise. Well, whatever the force of George Soros's arguments, the costs involved here for this European solution alone are obviously breathtakingly large, and the prospects of this package being politically saleable are obviously very slight. And of course, if a similar approach was to be taken to addressing the refugee problem everywhere else in the world, given the numbers that you heard me mention at the start, the costs involved would be even more astronomical and the prospects of political implementation even more remote. For all that, saving the world's refugees is not an impossible task. It's one perfectly achievable by cooperative burden sharing, provided that the political will can be generated to deliver that by a combination of top-down leadership and bottom-up civil society-driven political pressure. The motivation for that leadership, the motivation for applying that pressure should be supremely obvious. It's not only the moral imperative to alleviate the suffering, the misery of immense numbers of our fellow human beings, but it's also, in a European context, the realist recognition that the scale of the present crisis is putting many individual countries at immense risk of security and economic breakdown, and is putting the EU itself at existential risk. Well, my final word is simply this: energising that leadership, energising that bottom-up pressure should be the advocacy task now for all of us who have any voice at all in these matters, and there's many people in this room, this dialogue, who have just that. And may I express the hope, even the expectation, that assisted by the kind of exposure to a wider public audience of the kind of individual voices, the individual stories that will emerge from this Aurora Prize leadership, maybe that task of advocacy will be just a little bit easier than might otherwise be the case. Thank you.
Gareth, thank you very much. I wonder then if I could ask Gillian Sorensen to come up to the stage. She's our moderator for the next session. Gillian comes with a formidable reputation, a career at the UN that has seen her serve several Secretary Generals as Assistant Secretary General, Special Advisor for Public Policy, and for a period, New York City Commissioner for the UN, which meant dealing with no fewer than 30,000 diplomats. Amongst many professional interests, she serves on the board of the International Rescue Committee, and I'm delighted she's with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gillian, over to you.
Yes, thank you, sir, and good morning, everyone. First, my thanks to all those who organized this remarkable conference. I'm very honored to be part of it and to represent today the International Rescue Committee, which has its headquarters in New York, but is present on the front lines in more than 30 countries and has been working on these issues for more than 60 years, so it has a long history. Thank you, Foreign Minister Evans, for your very comprehensive statement. It is clearly a daunting challenge for all of us who care about this. The sheer numbers, the complexity, the intractability of the refugee question and the genocide issues is really a challenge for everyone. And to find the political will the logistical solutions, and the measure of compassion in societies who can receive refugees is also very demanding. In my own country, of course, I'm American, our country is made of refugees. If you're not an American, if you're not a Native American, everyone, whether it's two generations or 6 generations past, all of us were refugees at one point. And I'm dismayed that there is such a resistance, even a closed door to the reception of more refugees, and a widespread misunderstanding of the kind of rigorous vetting they go through and the numbers that our country, a big country, could easily accommodate. We'll hope that changes. In any case, I'm very honored to chair this, to moderate this session, and after thanking Gareth Evans for his eloquent and comprehensive words, I would like to introduce our next 2 participants. And first, could I invite Arya Nair to come to the stage. Mr. Nair is president of the Open Society Foundation. He has been executive director and founder of Human Rights Watch, and he was the national director of the American Civil Liberties Union for many years. He is a refugee himself, and so he speaks with an insight and a credibility that is, gives it added depth and meaning. And then could I also invite to the stage our other speaker, Enrique Eguren. Dr. Eguren is chairman of Protection International, which provides tools and strategies to people who defend human rights and gives them ways to, in fact, defend themselves. How do we defend the defenders so that they don't lose their lives or their freedom in the process? He has been particularly active in Central and South America, but he does have activities in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan and Indonesia as well. So perhaps, sir, we would begin with you. And I might ask also if you could draw lessons from Latin America that could apply to the situation in Syria and beyond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you also to the organizers of this marvelous event. I'm very honored to be here representing Protection International and sharing some ideas with you about all this. Well, I can try to draw some experience from other places, but first I have to say that I have a point of view, because we all have a point of view. I not a political point of view, I mean because of the situation. I'm a Spanish citizen, I collaborate with an organization based in Brussels, then I'm a European citizen, let's say. So this brings me to a particular point of view about Syrian refugee crisis, but of course to the wider topic in the world. I think that we may have to look at this from different points of view, I insist. Or maybe, in the first place, a few bullet points, an analytical point of view. I mean, I think we are facing a growing refugee crisis in the world, but this crisis is like an assemblage, a combination at least of 2 main issues, let's say. Of course, there is a refugee and human rights crisis, but also there is an economic and human rights crisis from the point of economic, social, and cultural rights altogether in the world. And I think those 2 dimensions become intertwined in different crises. In the case of Syria, probably, and I agree with Gareth, mainly a refugee human rights crisis. People didn't want to leave the country, but they had to. They felt obliged to do it because of the situation they were living. But in other cases, like Latin America, for example, you have this intertwining between this economic crisis and then motivation, the economic driver to migrate, together to the pressure, especially in Mexico and Central America, because of the organized crime, to flee, to look for somewhere better future. So again, coming back to the point of view of Europe, let's say, in talking about the Syrian crisis, I think, refugee crisis, I think that Europe has been most of the time a distant actor. I mean, of course, because of the foreign policy, Europe and member states also have been closely involved in all the political negotiations around the crisis, but there is a key difference here. I think for the first time since decades, I would say, European territory is affected. So there are hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers and migrants knocking at the door of Europe. So it's Europe's territory now is at stake. And I think it has caused a number of consequences that I will talk about them very briefly afterwards. Of course, there is also a legal point of view about all this. I mean, refugee law was passed years ago in a very key and also historical moment also, but now the world is different and we need more protection, I would say, not less, but more protection, but also maybe the advances in terms of the protection of civilians, this was also mentioned before, has made it possible that now people, at least people try and people may flee, at least, so they are not killed on the spot, as it used to happen too often years ago. If we look briefly at the current responses from Europe, I insist, I think there is a clear thing. I mean, Europe has been dealing with the migration crisis in general from the point of view of some responsive policies. I mean, defining a restrictive policy access to Europe, trying to have ad hoc responses to the number of people knocking on the door of Europe. And I think Europe, perhaps we thought we had all the responses ready, and then the questions were changed. So we have no responses anymore. And I think that this crisis has found a very ill-prepared Europe to respond to the crisis from the point of view of Europe as a territory, I would say. And I think we keep on offering, looking for very specific ad hoc solutions, maybe responses, but I think what worries me is that the idea of Europe as an structure is cracking down under pressure, I think. And for example, we have this worrying process from my point of view of what some experts call the renationalization of migration policies, so that instead of looking for a common solution as a structure, some countries are starting to look for their own solution as a country. And this goes against the very basic idea of Europe, and I am a strong believer in the idea of Europe rights. So I think we have a complex situation, a complex problem. I think we have to go for complex solutions. I don't think that tactical responses can honor this complex situation. And I think we need to tackle all dimensions at the same time. So again, there is no single actor in charge, of course, and then we are at a historical moment and we have to define our position. And I finish with this, maybe saying that in order to define this position, this starting point, I think we have to honor both the political and rights approach, but also a personal approach as a citizen, let's say. I think we have maybe addressing this compassion gap the humanitarian support is talking about. And I think, again, combining this political and personal approach, we cannot think anymore of Europe as a fortress, as a castle, let's say. And if we're thinking in terms of a fortress, I would like more to draw to the idea of the Portuguese writer José Saramago, who used to talk about the stone raft. So if we think that we can set sail as Europe, as a stone raft, if we can look for a new place in the world, we will find no place in the world with no refugee crisis and problem. And then I think we would have to finish, I mean, to get to the place where we have to be, exactly where we are, but opening our raft, our stone raft, to all the citizens in the world in a careful and political, smart point of view, of course. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nair, could we hear from you?
Yes. Well, I want to focus specifically on the Syrian refugees. And I want to address three matters. First, what could be done, or what could have been done in the first instance to help prevent this flow of Syrian refugees once the conflict was underway. And it seems to me that aside from the question of military intervention, which Gareth Evans suggests was not a serious possibility, there are other kinds of Most of the refugee children in Turkey, for example, are not in school at all, and those refugees desperately want education for their children. Assisting in providing schools for the children of the refugees, assisting in making it possible for the refugees to work in the countries in which they have taken first refuge are crucial steps if we are to deal with the refugee crisis. And then third, once they start going onward, how does one respond? As Julian Sorensen said, I started life as a refugee. I was an infant refugee from Nazi Germany to England. A few months before I went to England, my older sister, at the age of 10, traveled without her family to England as part in England. I could not have asked for better treatment, more respectful treatment, more assistance. And I'm a lifelong Anglophile as a result of my childhood experiences in England at that time. It seems to me that Angela Merkel stands out as the figure in today's political universe who has taken a similar position to those who made it possible for me to survive, and she should be honored for playing that kind of role. There are others who have also displayed a humanitarian response, a generous response to the refugees. I think proportionately Sweden has taken the largest number of refugees. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has taken a significant number of refugees and is interested in taking more. And one of the things about the way the refugee program operates in Canada is that some of the refugees are sponsored by the government, and about 40% of them who have gone to Canada are sponsored by non-governmental organizations, church organizations, school groups, and the refugees are being treated, the Syrian refugees are being treated extremely well in Canada. The countries that exemplify the way we want countries to respond to refugees should be honored for demonstrating what humanity means. Thank you.
Thank you both for those very interesting comments. I would like to raise a question, and I'll first direct this to Gareth Evans. When I look at the response to this truly daunting crisis, what I see is a chaotic array of answers from one country to another, from one region to another. How do we find coherence? How can we give some common bond, common binding factor so that Europe itself doesn't split apart, and so that other countries, Canada sets a high example, certainly Germany does, and not everyone can do that much, but certainly everyone could do more. What do we need to give a more coherent.
Well, unhappily, there's no simple answer to that. If there was, we'd all be a lot happier. But everybody does tend to do their own thing, and I think the only way to get them working in a coordinated, united, coherent fashion is A, to come up with good analysis, B, to come up with good policy prescriptions that do have affordable dimensions to them, both politically affordable and fiscally affordable, because that's what governments worry about, and then find ways of putting pressure on governments to behave in a coherent fashion using such coordinating mechanisms as you have. You do have some in the United Nations, obviously, United Nations agencies. You do have some in the European Union itself. You do have some in other regional organisations, which have been particularly effective in many parts of Africa. But it's really just a matter of mobilising the analysis, clarifying the prescriptions, and then finding ways of putting the political heat on. And a lot of that political heat can come from peer group leadership in other countries that have behaved decently and who lead by example in that respect. A lot of it can also come effectively from bottom-up political pressure, because as a politician myself for 21 years, I know that one thing that always generates some kind of a reaction is the feeling that you're under siege from popular opinion in your own electorate. So the grassroots stuff does actually matter. But somehow you've got to translate that into coherent shape and bite-sized, politically acceptable proportions. And here the role of the media is fantastically important. And that's the last thing that I would emphasise, which you'll be talking about under Ted Koppel in the last session. The ability of the media to translate a sense of outrage and a sense of horror about the scale of the practical agony that's being suffered, and to put that in terms that do get communicated to mainstream policymakers can never be underestimated. We no longer talk much about the CNN effect, but believe me, the CNN effect and variations on that theme are fantastically important. So there's nothing much there that gives you an instant answer in terms of unity, coherence, cohesion, and all the rest of it. And George Soros is no doubt being wildly optimistic and coming up with the kind of proposal that he has. But nonetheless, that kind of analytical thinking, that kind of willingness to be prescriptive, and that kind of willingness to just create a voice in the media, which it is difficult for governments to ignore, is what we need.
You correctly said in your opening remarks that each crisis, each refugee crisis is distinct and different, but there are also commonalities, particularly in what leads up to that, the exclusion, the marginalization, the identification of the minorities, and so forth and so on. You've seen that happen in the past. Can you try to draw some lessons, Mr. Nair?
Well, clearly that's a critical factor. You know, among the European countries that have behaved, I think, dishonorably in dealing with the refugee crisis are a number of the East European countries, countries such as Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland. Of course, all those countries generated significant flows of refugees within living memory. That is, there were about 200,000 Hungarians who fled after the Soviets crushed the Hungarian Revolution. They were accepted by other countries, principally countries in Europe, but also in North America. They were accepted very generously, and now Hungary has stood out as a country that is hostile to the acceptance of refugees. The same happened with the Czech Republic and Slovakia after the Soviets crushed the Prague Spring in 1968. Again, they have behaved as in a completely ungenerous fashion. And one of the things that they have said is they will only accept Christian refugees. So they have explicitly discriminated on religious grounds. Of course, they are citing contemporary terrorism as a rationale, and yet there really is no evidence of refugee involvement in terrorism. The terrorism that we have seen in countries like France and Belgium comes from second-generation immigrants and reflects deep problems within those countries. But the refugees are being smeared as a source of terrorism, as a way of justifying what are biased policies. And as much as one needs to honor the Angela Merkels, I think it's also important to condemn those leaders like Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who has led the way in trying to demonize the refugees.
Would you like to speak to this? Yes.
Maybe because I failed to answer to part of the question you made before in terms of lessons learned which might be drawn from Latin America. And maybe there are two dimensions which are a bit technical, but to take on, which is maybe the numbers in the first place. I mean, numbers are different in terms of the amount of people seeking asylum in Latin America, the wars, internal wars, civil wars in the 70s and the 80s, well, in the 90s. So numbers are different in terms of, in the case of Colombia, which is the largest crisis in the region, it's mostly about internal displacement. So it's not so much about seeking asylum outside the country. Anyway, also both Colombia and the international community is failing to answer that crisis properly. It's not only numbers, but also the pace. I mean, I think numbers are larger in this crisis, but also the people leave quickly. I mean, as quickly as they can, of course, talking about the several years. But in Latin America, this took maybe 5, 10, 15 years, and then being the pace different is more, it's not so difficult to look for solutions and to allow for a space in different countries. So I think those things make so different. Of course, the context and even the kind of conflict, which is mostly internal conflicts, makes it very difficult, I think, from my point of view, to draw lessons to. Instead, maybe the one I will comment on was in terms of generosity. There has been and there is a lot of generosity, both from governments but also citizens in the area, in order to accept, to offer asylum, and to respond to crises within the region, I think.
I would like to, before we run out of time, I'd like to invite questions from the audience. And if you would like to pose a question, please put up your hand. Yes, sir. Can you stand so people can hear you and tell us who you are?
Yeah. My name is Mego Terzian, Doctors Without Borders in France. What about the World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul? Are you planning?
I'm sorry, can you speak a little louder, please? Yeah. What about?
What about World Humanitarian Summit?
Oh, the World Humanitarian Summit.
The World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul.
Yes.
Are you planning to attend? What are your plans? For example, you, sir.
Thank you. Could you hear the question? The question relates to the World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul very soon, and there's also a humanitarian follow-up meeting at the UN the day before the General Assembly opens in September. Any comments on that? Well, it is the meeting in Istanbul really is an effort to give some, I repeat the word, some coherence to responses to this, to learn from each other, to set some high standards, to persuade or pressure certain countries to do more. I'd like to be positive about the outcome. I think to me the most important fact is that it is happening, it's taking place, and nearly every country is coming. And this session in September will be a very important follow-up to that, with a great deal of press attention at that time because it's happening in New York and just before the opening of the General Assembly. Big meetings like that can be productive if they're well led and if they're focused. Otherwise, it can be a lot of talk that tends to disappear. But I'm optimistic. I'm hopeful for this one. Yes, please stand so we can see you.
My name is Elif Akgül. I'm coming from Istanbul. I'm a journalist working for BNet. I would like to ask you about the ongoing so-called negotiations between the European Union and Turkey in the names of the Syrian refugees and the refugee crisis. When it comes to the terms of generosity of the European culture and the position of the Turkey and the whole hosted countries, but mostly this negotiation is going on for Turkey. How do you evaluate this position that one-to-one negotiation that we send, if they send back one refugee, we are going to send back 2 more refugees, and what does it mean to you?
Could you hear the question? All right.
Well, as I said, in describing that deal, it's got its colourable dimensions, and a lot of people are feeling very uncomfortable about that particular part of it, sending everyone back from Greece, wherever they come from, whatever the credibility of their asylum seeker claims, sending them to Turkey, and then hopefully matching that by having some proper settlement program, either 1-for-1 or maybe better than that, ratio of people coming out of the existing store of people in Turkey and coming to Europe. It's not the happiest of solutions, but in terms of where we were not very many days ago, if it does have the potential to stop people taking those dangerous trips across the water, drowning at sea, if it does lead to a decent resettlement program, a fast resettlement program, and not people spending years stuck in Turkish camps or holding camps waiting for something to happen, which means, of course, generous resettlement quotas being accepted by many more EU countries than have so far demonstrated their willingness to do that. If those conditions can be satisfied, it's not a bad solution. In the Australian context, in dealing with the issue of people dying at sea and so on, I mean, the core answer to it was a proper regional solution with regional resettlement, regional holding operations, and a serious program of systematic resettlement with much higher quotas being taken by my country and others to clear the backlogs and enable people to move. So it's not the happiest of outcomes, but as I said, this is not an exercise for purists, it's an exercise for those of us who just want to do something, anything, to alleviate what was a totally awful situation just before. Whether even this lot will hold together remains to be seen.
Yes, ma'am. In the yellow jacket behind you there. Yes. Thank you.
My name is Leila Ali Karami, and I'm a lawyer from Iran. Just recently, a few days ago, a 16-year-old boy hanged himself in a camp in Germany, a refugee boy. And the family several times asked, because they were 6 months in the camp, and they were asking for a place to be settled. I'm just wondering, Europe is not a safe place even for the refugee when they arrive. And then what we're going to do with these people, you know, when they arrive in a safe Europe, and how we can use these kind of forums to, you know, to attract international attention to help these people when arriving, you know, in a safe place. Thank you.
Are you?
I think it's necessary to try to call attention as much as possible to episodes of that sort in order to dramatize the human cost of some of the policies that are implemented today. Overcoming the fears and the prejudices of people in an era in which, as the survey that was discussed earlier suggests, that terrorism is the issue that people are more concerned about than anything else. That's a very significant challenge. That's not a challenge that we've faced previously in trying to respond to humanitarian crises. And I don't know that anybody has a solution to that problem. But I do think that it is important to stress both humanitarian success stories and humanitarian failures, to put the human face on these stories, to make people understand the individual circumstances which produced episodes of this sort. I think one of the things that can be said is that political leadership is all important. When a country acts in an ungenerous spirit, it is very likely because the political leaders of that country are exploiting fears for their own purposes and try to bring out the best responses from their population. And I think we have to recognize the different kinds of leadership that we have, the leadership that plays a constructive role, the leadership that plays a destructive role in addressing these issues.
Yes, sir, up there. Please stand.
Thank you so much for this very robust panel so far. Paul Mikov, Vice President for Institutional Partnerships with CMMB in New York City. To the extent to which genuine civic revolt against the regime in Syria contributed to the genesis of the crisis, there have been some recent credible commentators and analysis challenging that whole narrative. So I wondered whether, especially Gareth, you and Mr. Neer could speak to the geopolitics that sometimes seem to contribute significantly to artificial generating of crises that unfortunately sometimes lead to genocidal situations such as the one that we're faced with now in Syria.
It's a very long and complicated story untangling the roots of the current catastrophe in Syria. I mean, the beginnings of it are obviously the Arab Spring, the civil revolt against just an authoritarian leadership, which was basically unarmed and non-violent, but which generated a massive overreaction from the Assad regime. Had that been responded to internationally with a massive condemnatory reaction of the kind that Gaddafi received in Libya first up when he did the same thing, killing demonstrators in the streets, I think a lot of the subsequent catastrophe might have been averted. But when you have that happen and the regime doesn't immediately crush all dissent, what happens is that you get defectors from the military, you get other people finding support from multiple international actors, all with a role to play, an axe to grind, something to pursue. And these situations do quite dramatically morph into civil war situations. And the Syrian one has been just a classic example of that. Beyond that, we can talk about the role that Russia played in propping up the regime, in restoring a degree of military credibility to Assad, which he seemed in danger of losing the latter part of last year. I don't think any of that would have ultimately resulted one way or the other in an outright military victory, as I said before. I think at the end of the day, a political negotiation is going to be required. And a lot of other external actors with their fingers in this particular Syrian pie are going to have to get the hell out of there, stop imposing their own priorities and their own prejudices on the situation, and try and find enough internal players that have enough common commitment to the future of the country to craft a solution. That sounds incredibly romantic. It's not impossible, but it's still, at the moment, I'm afraid, some distance away.
If I can supplement that. You know, a number of the countries in which the Arab Spring was a significant factor were countries that were not only characterized by political repression, but by extreme corruption involving the family of the head of state. That was certainly a crucial factor in Tunisia. That was certainly a crucial factor in Egypt. And I think it was also a crucial factor in Syria, where the president's family and his wife's family have been at the center of very extreme corruption. In addition, of course, political repression in Syria involved the father Assad before it involved the son Assad. And of course, once the conflict got underway, the methods used by the Syrian government were as barbaric as anything that we know. The barrel bombs that have been a particular feature of the way in which Assad has waged warfare have caused a very extensive loss of civilian life. It is apparent that the Assad regime has particularly targeted medical facilities, and that the Syrian doctors, who have been heroes in trying to treat the victims of this conflict, have been especially targeted. And of course, Assad did use chemical weapons. So this is a regime which matches in brutality almost any that one can think of. Gareth spoke about having to sit across the table from the Khmer Rouge. I mentioned Saddam Hussein. You really have to put Assad in that category. That extreme brutality is central to the disaster inflicted upon the Syrians and the consequences inflicted on many other countries as a result of this conflict.
I'd like to make one point about putting a human face on these refugees. When someone refers to 60 million refugees, people's eyes glaze over. I think it's very important to tell the personal stories, to make it live and breathe. And I was reminded through some Syrian refugees that I've met with that in this case, these are educated, skilled people. They're professionals. They don't want to be wards of the state. They want to work. They want to participate and contribute. And as a group, that should make a community that could assimilate, could add, could be a contributing factor to any society, if we can find a way to connect talent with opportunity or skills with opportunity. I'm also very conscious of the enormous burden carried by Jordan, Turkey, and Lebanon. If you extrapolated those numbers to our own countries, it would be in the millions. So I think we do owe them a particular thank you on that. So let me raise one other question, and that has to do with civil society. I watch what is being done by Mercy Corps and Save the Children and Doctors Without Borders and if I can say, International Rescue Committee. Does that make a real difference? Is that meaningful? What more should be done, and how can we get coherence among the work of civil society so they don't bump into each other or compete with each other, and so that what they do adds in useful ways?
If I could just say, if you were picking the humanitarian organizations, which are especially deserving, the ones you mentioned are the ones I would put very high on my list.
Okay.
Maybe it always makes me curious to understand what we mean by civil society. But I say it in a positive way because I try to be also optimistic as you try. I think civil society has a role, but the problem is how to navigate all those narratives around. I mean, some of the humanitarian organizations have a narrative about immediate response, as they have to, because they have this mandate and these skills. Some human rights organizations have a more maybe overarching or more utopist approach in terms of the full respect for human rights, but this needs to be fulfilled only because of the political will of some or most of the states who have a stake here. And at the same time, I think that most of those narratives have to do not only with the responses by the governments, but with the acceptance of responses by citizens. So at the end of the day, we come back to square number one. We have the challenge to develop this critical approach to this. And sometimes I find that we don't have enough tools. I mean, talking as a citizen, if you read the media, the newspapers, if you watch TV, you have a very partial and poor view, I would say, of the whole thing. So I think the challenge is about education, once more, basics as always, but education in the widest sense of the word. We all have some duty here to make sure that we have a critical approach to these issues, I think.
All right. Let's take one last question, right in the middle, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a very brief comment in the context of civil society. My name is Eamon Meehan. I'm the director of Throcra. It's an Irish NGO, a member of the International Caritas Network. And I just wanted to say that in my recent experiences working with Syrian refugees, it has been very important for us to support Syrian civil society among the refugee population in Lebanon in particular. And not only Syrian civil society working to provide basic needs, food and shelter, but to sustain and to enhance Syrian culture and education and knowledge. And what they have told me is that even for children who have been out of the country for 3 or 4 or 5 years, they're already losing that sense of the culture and the history. But also things like leadership development, community development, participation, is very important. So I think it's important that we recognise local civil society as a key actor as well in the humanitarian response. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, our time is up. I can't say we have resolved the Syrian crisis, but we have a lot of ideas that should provoke our thinking and our work, and I want to express my very sincere thanks to my 3 wonderful panelists, and thank you all for being here.
Gillian, thank you very much. I thought a very interesting panel. Before everyone jumps up for lunch, just a quick recap, actually. I was very taken by Arianaya's comments about what could be done, what could have been done in Syria, citing the protective zone in northern Iraq and Turkey that was there to protect the Kurds. You also talked about how the refugees often go to the closest countries that share the burden, and more needs to be done there to help the refugees in countries like Jordan and Lebanon. I thought you also shared a very personal story about you finding sanctuary in England during World War II, and reflected actually, perhaps I suspect, what is the attitude of many people in this room, which is the very poor behaviour that we're seeing in Eastern Europe countries in terms of their responsibility in the way they're responding to the Syrian refugee crisis. Enrique Iguerin, I made two incredibly important points actually relating to Europe. First, currently a distant actor. We can't continue to think about Europe as a fortress, you said, and we do need to think more about the economic conditions that are behind these phenomenon that we're talking about. And finally, Gareth Evans and his 3-point plan for a coordinated response. Good analysis, good policy prescriptions, politically and fiscally, he said, and this is as a man who was a politician for 21 years, put the political heat on our political leaders and our politicians. Finally, Gillian, thank you very much for great moderation. I think at the end, your point about actually telling the personal stories of the refugees, as you say, living and breathing human beings with lives, with talents, with skills, with opportunities, and how we can find a way of matching talent and opportunities, a point very well made, actually. So, to lunch, we've got 45 minutes, and then we will be back in here at 3:30 prompt, please, for the final 2 sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great.
Right, if we could take our seats, please. I think we're about to start the afternoon sessions in about a minute's time. Anyone else left out there? Otherwise, we will begin. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a very nice lunch. So we're going into the two sessions of the afternoon. And with your permission, what I would like to do is actually to run the two sessions together rather than breaking for coffee, which is proving, whilst nice on the coffee front, to be logistically a little bit difficult. So with your patience, we'll run session 3 and session 4 together. So the first session then this afternoon is going to be an extremely interesting session. Now, while it's the case that women and girls face a disproportionate burden in times of humanitarian crises, this next session is about looking at the contribution women have played in responding to crises through 4 remarkable panelists. We'll also discuss the urgent need to increase the number of women leading efforts to resolve peace at an international level. As you'll hear from our first speaker, when women are involved in peacemaking, the results can be fast and they can be permanent. Now, our panel is moderated by a great friend of mine, Nancy Soderberg. Nancy is a renowned diplomat, a security and foreign policy expert, serving terms as the United States Ambassador to the United Nations and Deputy National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration. She's got a formidable reputation. She's going to speak to us for 10 minutes and then moderate the panel. So please welcome Nancy Soderberg.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you again for joining us here in Yerevan for the launch of the Aurora Prize. And I want to just commend again the founders, Vartan, Ruben, and Nubar, for pulling together such an extraordinary event, the volunteers. It's just wonderful to see all of you here today. We have an extraordinary panel this afternoon of women changing lives in their own communities. And thank you all to the panelists for joining us today. As Ed said, I'll speak briefly, and then we'll turn to our panelists for a half hour of discussion and then save time for questions from all of you. The debate about the role of women in conflict is as old as Adam and Eve. And you all remember what happened to the original Eve, right? She brought knowledge to the world and, of course, got blamed for everything bad that happened afterwards. And yet, women's curiosity and knowledge are exactly what we need today. And as our panelists today can attest, our challenge simply cannot be solved without taking women into account or without women at the table to craft the solution. Without thinking about women, we will not get far enough in resolving conflicts, slowing down climate change, managing globalization, addressing poverty, or even combating the causes of terrorism. And so taking steps to include women offers us enormous help. And we have taken important steps. 2 decades ago, delegates from 189 countries, led by then Secretary of State, First Lady Hillary Clinton, met in Beijing for the 4th World Conference on Women, which issued a powerful call for laws, reforms, and social change that would help women and girls reach their full potential. And as a result, far more girls are in school, more women hold jobs and serve in public office, and more countries have laws recognizing women's equality. And in 2000, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1325, which recognized for the first time the role of gender equality and women's leadership in international peace and security. And today, nearly 90% of all peace processes in UN engagement include regular consultations with women, which is a significant rise from the 50% in 2011 and the 11% in 2000. And yet we all know in this room that consultation is not the same as being at the decision-making table. And lasting peace requires women to be full participants at that peace table, as negotiators and as decision makers. And as the UN's Undersecretary General and Executive Director of UN Women often says, every day that women are excluded is a day we have to wait longer for peace. And yet we are still underinvesting in women. Only 2% of the aid to fragile states targets gender equality as a principal objective. Only 3% of military personnel in UN missions are women. And we're failing to meet the UN's own target to earmark 15% of all peace-building funds to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women. Around the globe, women still make up far less than 50% of the decision makers, whether it's in parliament or boardrooms or in conflict negotiations. And even though my own country may elect the first woman president this fall, only 17% of the seats in our own Congress are held by women. And it's even worse in business. In my own country, fewer than 4% of the Fortune 500 CEOs are women. And yet 64% of the minimum wage jobs are held by women. And just 22% worldwide of national parliaments are women. And only 24 women out of 193 countries serve as heads of states or governments. Only 17% of government ministers are women. Surely we can do better. And we're also far behind in the world's most powerful body, the UN Security Council. I happened to be the US rep at the Security Council when we all voted for the passage of that resolution I just mentioned, 1325, in the year 2000. And yet, of the 15 ambassadors sitting around that powerful table, only 2 of us were women. It's not any better today. There's only 1 woman at the UN Security Council, Samantha Powers of the United States. Of the permanent representatives in the General Assembly, only 16 of the 193 are women. Now, women rarely cause conflicts, but always suffer the consequences. And violence against women, which, as our panelists know all too well, surfaces in domestic violence, rape and conflict, child marriage, honor killing, sex-selective abortions, and so much more. Violence against women remains a global pandemic. Around the world, the women are the majority of the poor, uneducated, unhealthy, and unfed. Women are the majority of the world's farmers, but also often are forbidden to own the land they cultivate or to access credit to make those farms profitable. Women care for the world's sick, but women and girls are less likely to get treatment when they themselves are sick. That is a shocking waste of half of the world's talents. Now, so what? What does it matter if women always play second fiddle or don't even get to try out for the orchestra? There's no guarantee that life's fair, so why do we care? Well, if the world were running smoothly, maybe it would be fine to ignore women's potential, but we're facing some serious challenges. Why leave half of our talent on the bench? And here's what the research has shown over and over again. When women are free to vote and run for public office, governments are more effective and more responsive to their people. When women are free to earn a living and start small businesses, they drive more economic growth. When women can go to school, get health care, their families and communities prosper. And when women have equal rights, nations are more stable, more peaceful, and more secure. Even in Europe, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, found that narrowing the gap between male and female employment over the past 2 decades has accounted for a quarter of Europe's GDP annual growth. That's an extraordinary statistic in Europe. Imagine what we could do if we could do that all around the world. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not saying that women are better than men. We all know better than that. We all know some wonderful men, like most of you in this room, and some appalling women, none of whom are here, of course. But leaving women out of the formal economy leaves you with a half-powered economy. Leaving women out of education leaves you with an ignorant population, but the opposite is also true. Bring women into education, and their children become more prosperous, and so does their country's economy. Bring women into negotiating discussions, and they help end civil wars and build sustainable peace. Men bring it home on their families, women do. And so if women are making the money, their families have better health, better nutrition, better education, making for far more prosperous communities. Girls' education gives girls new opportunities, new ways to generate cash, lends them to have fewer children, and invest more in those children. I've seen this firsthand. When I first engaged in the search for peace in Northern Ireland in the 1990s, and we have some Irish in the audience, thank you for coming, I quickly found that it was the women who were pushing the hardest for peace. They knew the real cost of war. They were the ones trying to make ends meet on a shoestring budget. They saw how whole families suffered when a husband was unemployed. They were the ones who buried their husbands or brothers or sons. And so those women organized to help each other on both sides of the community to solve their common problem. Before the men did, they saw the need and the possibilities for peace, and they insisted on making it real. I've seen that same dynamic in other peace processes around the world, in the Balkans, South Africa, West Africa, East Timor, Latin America, as have most of you in this room. If women are fully empowered to help build a just and lasting peace, that peace is stronger. But if they're marginalized, the prospects for lasting peace are as well. We know what has to be done. The research unquestionably demonstrates that women's empowerment and gender equality contribute to the conclusion of peace talks and sustainable peace, accelerating economic recovery, strengthening protection efforts of peace operations, humanitarian assistance, and countering violent extremism. A recent UN study shows that when women are at the peace table, their participation increases the probability of a peace agreement lasting at least 2 years by 20%, and over 15 years by 35%. States that have higher levels of gender equality are less likely to resort to the use of force in relation to engagement with other states, which makes gender equality a powerful tool of conflict prevention. Like John F. Kennedy, my country's president in the 60s, I believe that since all problems were made by man, they can also be solved by man. But today's complex problems need to have women at the table as well as men. Now, I'm not suggesting that the exclusion of women is the only reason that we have problems today, but I am suggesting that we won't solve these problems as effectively without including women. And that brings me back to the original Eve. If women's curiosity and women's knowledge are exactly what we need today, how do we actually bring women into the process and put them at the table? On peace processes, there are 3 ways. One is involving women to brokering and securing the lasting peace. Second, involving women in maintaining the peace. And third, invest in girls and women. And that's the way you build a sustainable economic development. In closing, I would just leave you with the thought that there's one very simple way to achieve the full participation of women. Put them at the table. That means electing more women presidents, prime ministers, members of Congress, appointing more women to ministries and as ambassadors, more women in senior UN positions and in the field. Perhaps even the next UN Secretary General will be a woman. And of course, appointing more women above the glass ceiling in corporate boards and the CEO rooms. Because when women can achieve their full potential in today's challenges, progress that today seems impossible can truly come to pass. Now we have 4 extraordinary women who are living this day to day, and because they understand the need to have women empowerment, they're going to join us on the panel today. And they're going to each talk about their individual call to action to invest in women to better address the humanitarian crises of today. I would say each of them truly embodies the spirit of the Aurora Prize: courage, commitment, and impact. And we're honored to have you here with us today. And I'd ask you, as I introduce you, to come up and take your seats on the stage, and we will get started with our panel. First is Dr. Lema Gabawi, who is a Liberian peace activist and women's rights activist. And I might add, a Nobel Peace Laureate, and we're delighted to have you with us here today. Dr. Josephine Kulia, who's founder and executive director of the Samburu Girls Foundation in Kenya. And she's done extraordinary work rescuing young girls from marriage and other abuses. Marguerite is also known as Maggie Barankitsi. She's the founder of Maison Salmon Shalom, whose mission is to protect and promote the rights of children of Burundi. She's one of our Aurora Prize finalists, so she's been in our sites for some time. And finally, Sayeda Ghulam Fatima, who's General Secretary of the Bonded Liberation Front. And she's a Pakistani activist fighting against slavery for human rights and labor rights, and she is known as the Mother Teresa of slaves. So thank you all for being here. And as I said, we'll speak for about 30 minutes, and then we'll have about 15 minutes for questions. So I'll switch over here. Can you hear me all right? Okay, so first we're going to start with our Nobel laureate, Lema Bowie. And I'm going to ask each of the participants to draw on their personal experience.
Յուրաքանչյուրին խնդրեմ, որպեսզի իր անձնական փորձառություններ, կան ինչպես կանայք կարող են փոփոխություն մտցնել, այնտեղ խնդրեմ, որպեսզի առաջարկեն գործողությունները ինչ պետք է անել աշխարհում, որպեսզի պաշտպանվեն կանանց աղջիկների իրավունքները եւ իրենք ներգրավվեն գործընթացում։ Խաղաղության եւ անվտանգության ցանցի անդամ է Աֆրիկայում։
Gives you a unique and profound insight. So what is the world not doing right in your view?
Thank you for having me. I always like to do these kinds of panels with real life examples and ask people to get involved. We have beautiful mountains around Armenia, and if each and every one of us went on the top of the mountain to see the exquisite view of this country, but with one eye cover, we will not be able to see it fully. There will be some pieces that will be missing from our view. And this is my theory of how the world is functioning. were working with one eye covered. Excluding women from peace processes is just like that, half blindfolded. I think it's important because even before the formal peace process, women are on the ground already beginning peace processes. They are the ones putting their lives on the line. And I can sit here and give you examples. In 2003, we had a failed disarmament process in Liberia. The UN had gone in, they did everything wrong, and the fighters started shooting again when we were supposed to be disarming them. The next day, we called out in all of our native language, and the fighters decided to lay down their arms. We sent the women in the cantonment site, and there was this one woman who went and met this soldier who had been badly wounded, and she was feeding him and feeding him. And when he made up her face, he asked her to sit him up. And she did just that, and he asked for her daughter. And she said he died. She died during the war. And he said, I know. She asked him, how did you know? He said, because I killed her. She came back to us crying. And the question I asked her was, did you stop feeding him? She said, no. I continue to feed him. Isn't that what peace is all about? So when we talk about women's involvement in peace processes, it's a group of people. You talk about us not being better than men, but I think we're more thoughtful. It's not about our egos, it's about the well-being of the community.
And just any call for the world to do more?
Well, I think the world needs to take the blindfold out. And if I may speak in my typical voice, the men need to really get to the place where they tell the rest of the world they are exhausted pretending to know it all when it comes to peace processes. Because there is no know-it-all. Women are the ones who know the home inside out. I can walk into my house and I'll know where to find everything. There's no way any man can say he knows the community better than any woman. And peace is about the community. Peace is about the entire nation. And peace is about people. So it's about time that we all come together to do this. There's Beijing, there's 1325, but until we practicalize these things, we will continue to have these panels always making cases for women. And personally, I'm exhausted because I know we can do the job. We've proven that we can do it, and it's time to join hands and do the work and stop asking.
Now, let me turn next to a courageous youth activist who is on the ground doing it. She traveled here from Kenya, where she's been rescuing girls from virtual slavery and getting them an education. You've been battling, we talked yesterday about an 8-year-old girl that she rescued from child marriage, but she's battling against cultural practices, female genital mutilation, child marriages, and faces some very strong opposition from her village, from both men and women, I might say. So what should the world do to help you?
Thank you very much, Nancy. I grew up in a typical village in northern Kenya where girls going to school is history. Girls are a source of livelihoods for the family. And if you look at the picture on the screen, that's an 8-year-old we rescued on Wednesday, and now she's in school. The next picture is me with her, and that's our girl center. And those are the kind of girls we rescue from harmful cultural practices. And these are child marriages, where the youngest bride we've rescued so far is 7 years old. And we also rescue the girls from female genital mutilation, which happens during the day of the wedding. That child on the first picture is standing on her wedding day, and she is already cut on that picture. They cut the girls on the day of the wedding. So we rescue the girls sometimes before the day of the wedding to prevent her going through the cut. And the third issue we rescue the girls from is from the beading, whatever the beads on her neck on the first picture or something like this, where the young men in the village who are not married can pick any girl as young as 8, 9, or 10, buy them beads in exchange for sex. So these girls get pregnant, and they're not allowed to get pregnant before wedlock. So once they get pregnant, they go through crude abortions, or they wait for them to deliver these children and kill them. So we rescue both the girls and their babies. So it's been 3 years. We've rescued over 1,000 girls. We are supporting 258 girls to school. But it's been tough for us because being a girl from my village, one, I was not supposed to go to school. I should have been married a long time ago. But because of one strong woman who was my mother, and she fought for me to be in school because she was taken out of high school, second year of high school, to get married to my father as a third wife. But she fought for us, her children, to be in school. So I went back to my village. I'm a nurse by profession and worked there, continued rescuing girls. My own cousins, who was married at 10 years, and took her to school and had my uncle arrested and had the whole village be against me. I got cursed by the elders, and they were hoping I should die because I'm going against their culture. But today I'm happy because Kenya as a country has laws protecting the children, and those are the laws we are using to protect the girls through our organization. But it's been tough for us because we do not have the resources, and that is where I ask the world to support us, because we need most of these girls to go to school, because if I did not go to school, I'd not be here today sharing with all of you the good work that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I'll ask our two Aurora Prize finalists to comment. And first, Sayeda Ghulam Fatima, who runs a Pakistani-based bonded labor liberation front that's fighting to free slave workers, both men and women. And you've successfully raised awareness of your efforts and millions of dollars through social media. University students around the world are preparing documentaries on your efforts. And I wondered if you could comment on your own experience and explain how the rest of us might use social media to address the issue of bondage and better galvanize the world to address slavery.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I must thank you to Aurora Prize for Humanity, Awakening Humanity, for providing me such a wonderful audience here to talk with them. I think that my long struggle, it's around more than 35 years. And I was a teenager when I start my struggle, and I realized that women and girls are more deprived. They are privileged, and they need some support to get out from that bondage and slavery. So thus I just think about them, and then around more than 80,000 slave workers. Among those, more than 50,000 women are freed up to now. And then my struggle, a long struggle, came up through Women of New York and CGI. I must appreciate them. They give the voice to voiceless workers, and in this way, this became the social media campaign.
And how would you like the world to help you?
Yes, I must say that my fight, my struggle against slavery, bonded labor, injustices, and discrimination. So please come forward and join hands. Together we can end bonded labor, slavery, injustices, and discrimination, and we can bring the change. We can bring the change, and we can change the world, a peaceful world without free of bonded labor, slavery, without injustice, and we can we can change the world.
And you are changing the world, so thank you. Maggie Barankitsi has founded the Maison Shalom in the midst of the 1993 genocide or mass atrocities in Burundi, saving many children and continuing that fight to integrate the education of the children of Burundi in a way that is fundamentally altering many children's lives. So could you maybe just comment on that experience and what the world can do to help integrate children into solving today's humanitarian crises?
Merci beaucoup. Je suis aussi reconnaissante de venir ici rêver avec vous, mes frères et sœurs, un monde où il fait bon vivre. Je n'ai jamais voulu créer réellement un centre pour accueillir les enfants. Je n'avais jamais pensé faire le travail que j'ai fait. Je suis née dans un pays où, je crois, depuis l'indépendance, c'était toujours des massacres. Je suis née rebelle. J'avais grandi dans une famille profondément chrétienne. J'apprenais à prier le Notre Père. Et dans la maison de ma maman, c'était toujours accueillir même les différences, les Hutus, les Tutsis. Et puis, j'ai remarqué que c'était faux, que c'était seulement les apparences. Et puis, à 16 ans déjà, je me suis révoltée. J'ai quitté l'école parce que je disais, ce que nous apprenons à l'école, il n'y a pas de valeur humaine. Qu'est-ce que je peux faire? Et finalement, j'ai adopté des enfants de deux ethnies, Hutu et Tutsi. Ma famille biologique ne m'a pas comprise. Et puis, finalement, je me suis fait accepter. Mais ce qui m'a poussé à créer la Maison Shalom, c'est ce mois d'octobre 1993. J'avais perdu beaucoup de ma famille, une 60aine de personnes, mais je voulais toujours faire croire aux gens, montrer que c'est possible de pardonner. Et j'ai protégé.
We can't hear the net armas. We can't hear the relay from. Until I give my children to you. Okay. You have to surround them with care and love. And I will die with the husband and with my husband. And I understood that my mission is to create new generation who would commit itself to break this deal of violence. I don't want deal with orphans. There are people among you who are decision makers. You were a US ambassador. You have to stop the indifference environment. 10% fled Burundi. I fled from my country myself. And the international community must deal with those who suffer from indifference. because the staggers run to you, because in Africa, one family, and I want to ask you, those who are trading in in arms, who create misfortune about sisters and brothers, listen to us. Think that we're one family.
How they're affecting change through their sheer force of will and understanding that, as Maggie said, we're all part of the same humanity. I might go around one more time before we'd open up for questions and just put the question to the panel is, how can you overcome that mentality? Is it person by person? Is it house by house as you're doing it? Or does it need a stronger push from the international community? And what are the biggest cultural obstacles that you face in your own community that you need help overcoming? Indifference, not seeing that we're part of the same humanity? Is it education? What would the priorities be to be able to change that community and the world to overcome those obstacles that you all face? And maybe we'll just start with you again, if that's okay.
Well, I've come I don't want to say full circle, because life, I'm still going and I'm still doing. But sometimes even the littlest thing that you would think doesn't matter has a huge impact on the work that you do. I've been an activist for many years now, and in my own country, when I started first, one of the biggest obstacles to my work was the fact that at the time I was not married. That was an obstacle. How can a single girl put together all of these women from religious groups, and she's a sinner, you know, the religious bit, all of those things were the things that were pushing. But at the end of the day, I think the most important thing is looking at the bigger picture, not the obstacle. For me, as the leader of the mass action, it was about those women who would never sit on this platform, those who could never get on an airplane, those who had been raped and victimized numerous times. How could I be their voice and put it out there? In 2003, we went to see Charles Taylor, our president at the time, and when we asked to meet with him, he had said we could only see him if we were more than 25. At that time, we were a police state. We were 2,500 that showed up that morning.
Wow.
And this is just to show how fed up the women were with the war. When we got there, the women were somewhere else. I walked down to negotiate with the security, and they said, boss said, if you're less than 25, we can't let you in. And I asked, what if we're more than 25? He said, and he smirked and said, we'll see. So whip out my phone, call the women, ask them to form a queue, and all he could see was a sea of white. Oh my God. We came, and then President Taylor said he won't see all of us because he was sick, he'll only see 10. At that moment, I don't know what I was thinking, but there were guns all in our faces. The only thing I remember was the day before, the attack that we had seen in one community, the babies that had been shot at, the wounded people, women who had been violated, and then the same government was refusing to give them humanitarian aid on grounds that they were not at a recognized internally displaced center. Anger has always fueled my work. When I get angry, I don't pick up a gun. I use every moral authority I have to confront, make angry, and to just disturb whatever authority there is. If you call that a revolution or a rebellion, then that's what I am, a rebellion or a rebellious person for peace. So I'm walking straight past his guard, and he said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to tell the president he will come down and meet us. And then he said, why are you going to put yourself in trouble and put us in trouble? I said, I'd rather be in trouble halfway up. They said, oh, he changed his mind because some people had gone ahead of us and said, there are some angry women coming up. And then he came down and offered us seats. We refused. We sat on the floor. Because for me, in all of the work that I do, in the past, in the present, it's never about where I find myself. It's never about the convenience that I have. It's about those individuals who will never, ever find a place. So never thinking about obstacle, just thinking about how can we solve this
and having
problem
a fair amount of
and
courage.
move on.
Wow. I think all of us were very relieved when Charles Taylor was finally brought to justice and is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. I might turn to either of you if you would like to comment on that, or perhaps how you get men to think that we're one type of humanity. How do you, you're only half of the equation, so unless you convince the other half, you're not going to have progress. Maybe Maggie would like to say something.
Souvent, nous voulons aider, mais nous n'écoutons pas les personnes.
We are thinking, we tell each other that we need to help the African people, but we do not know the culture. We do not listen to these people. They are just receivers of assistance. They do not become members of our families. Nobody is listening to them. They do not get love. There's something that hinders us. It's that these people are being used. If you look at what the international organizations have been doing, no matter what, we see poverty and misery continued. But efforts, perhaps efforts need to be made. Perhaps we need to give people dignity and love.
There are many from different angles, as you said, right from the men and the women. But I think sometimes it takes the courage to just stand up against what you think is wrong around you. And that is what I did, because mostly when I started this, I got so many discouragements. I was told, first of all, you're a woman, women do not have a voice in this community, no one will listen to you. And secondly, the laws had not been passed, so I had nothing to support us. But finally, because the laws are in place and we are using the laws to protect the children, it's difficult because the same people who pass the law, for example, in government, we are supposed to work with the police to help us rescue these children, but they don't care because they say, oh, this is culture, and the Constitution is contradicting itself. It says the culture is acceptable, and again, these things are illegal. So the moment we report the police, sometimes we get a lot of resistance from them. And of course, we get the resistance from the villagers because majority are illiterate. The community I come from is 90% illiterate, and mostly are women, because women are not supposed to go to school because they are supposed to be sold off to fetch cows for the family. So they are a source of wealth for the family. So basically, it's a battle between culture and the law, and we are trying to bridge in because the implementation of the law is lacking.
Saida, maybe I'd follow on with a question for your experience in Pakistan, which has laws that are not enforced, and how do you see the movement that you've created as changing those laws, or is it simply a matter of enforcing them, and how can you use the institutions of government to be more effective in your fight against slavery?
Thank you. Actually, what she mentioned earlier, it's a really a fact, and same situation in my country. When I start struggle against slavery, against bonded labor, at that time there was no law in my country. And I struggle with long struggle and very hardships. I succeed to get the decision from the Supreme Court of Pakistan in the favor of the bonded laborers. In this decision, court instructions to the legislator, to National Assembly for the legislation. So in the light of that decision, Supreme Court decision, Government of Pakistan, 1992, adopted the Bonded Labor Abolition Act 1992 after the very, very, very hard and very long struggle. I bore up many hardships. I went many times to jail. I was beaten by the police, and I was attacked many times by the owners. Owners attacked me on my family. In the result, I am on my half leg, and my one young brother, he became permanent disabled. The implementation, so decision came in 1988, and then the law was adopted in 1992, and its rules 95, but still we are striving for the implementation of that law, implementation of Bonded Labor Abolition Act, implementation of legal laws and minimum wage. People are striving for living wage in the world, but here in my country, we are striving for the minimum wage, where for 1,000 bricks, 4 people can make, 2 adults, 2 children, in 11 to 12 hours. And in 11 to 12 hours, they made 1,000 bricks, and they get 300 rupees, 400 rupees, and minimum wage right now, 962 rupees. So the peoples, they are dying, they are suffering a lot, they are not getting minimum wage, they are not free, I have to face many challenges. From one side, when I go to the implementers for the implementation, they said, oh, you should change the name of your organization. There is no bonded labor in Pakistan. If I went to owners, no, you should not interfere in our business. You are destroying my business, our business. So the owner association, masters, landlords, big mafia. So there are 4.5 million only in one industry, slaves, working today in Pakistan and striving for their rights. So what can you imagine about other sectors like agriculture, coal mines, etc. But with the passage of time, I became the voice of voiceless people. And I once again thank you, all of you, who heard the voice of those downtrodden strata of my community, of my country.
Thank you. Okay, we've got about 15 minutes for questions, and I would say that this is one of the more powerful group of women that I've heard from, and I think it's extraordinary stories and acts of courage, I would have to say, on each of you. That's very impressive. I had first there in the back there. Maybe stand up and maybe just introduce yourselves as well. Here, we'll go down here. And you got it? Okay.
Rul, I'm journalist from Lebanon, Beirut, and Nahar newspaper. My question is for Maggie. Quand vous gagnez the Aurora Prize, what will you do with the money? Qu'est-ce que vous allez faire avec l'argent quand vous gagnez? Quels sont vos projets? Et félicitations pour les femmes, c'est intéressant ce que vous avez dit tout à l'heure.
Merci beaucoup, mais je vous ai parlé, maintenant que je suis réfugiée, je suis au Rwanda.
Now I'm a refugee, now I live in Ireland. We have about 300,000 refugees. They live in 4 neighboring countries. And currently I live in Ireland. I work at a camp of refugees with 50,000 people, half of which are women. There are 5,000 children there. Some are just babies, very young children who have suffered. Some of these children were castrated, and they had put acids upon them. These children need to be treated. They need medical care. There are 300 students who were banned from the universities. They need to go back to the universities. But how to get the money? There are women with children whose husbands were killed. These people have nothing to eat. No matter how much money you give me, that will never be enough. I will always need more. The international organizations should see these children, this treasure. Children are the treasure of the entire humanity. That's the most precious thing that we have, but we are throwing them into the wind. If we could stop those who sell weapons, we could build universities. If we want peace, if we want the world to be a better place, we need to send all of these children to school. When they study, all of them study at school, the world will become a paradise.
Into French, can you hear me? Yeah, into English, sorry. Maggie said that out of 9 million people, there are 300,000 refugees from Burundi to the 4 surrounding countries. And she's now dealing with a refugee camp of 50,000 people. Many women fled with their children, and in Kigali, life is very expensive. What the world is forgetting is that these children is actually the world's wealth. And if instead of just trying to make money and selling weapons, we were remembering that our wealth is these children, things would get better. I mean, the World Bank promised to give money, but nobody's doing anything. So, you know, if she was getting the prize, she would know what to do with it, that's for sure.
Is the translation not working? No? Okay. The third row.
Hello, my name is Aaron Sharinian. I represent the United Nations Foundation.
and we applaud and support everything that you've said about the role of girls and women around the world. The question that I have is, which of you could teach us something about the role of faith communities? Because oftentimes the role of faith can be detrimental to girls and women, where there are some practices that are dangerous, and at the same time, faith communities can be revolutionary in having the sorts of enlightened approaches that you've brought to the world. So what can we learn about how we work with faith communities around the world on these issues?
And I have to give a shout out for the UN Foundation's Girls Up program. If you're not familiar with it, look it on the website. It's great. You do amazing jobs. Would you like to take on the question of faith and religion?
Thank you. I think faith community, in my community, they are playing their positive role to change. They support to us and to our community who are Christian. Before, actually, in the bricklands where slave and bonded laborers live, they use some so-called illiterate preacher that you are getting money, you are eating their food, so you have to obey them. So in these conditions, these faith organizations and community, they teach them right way, and they told this is not right, this is wrong, and this is your right, this is not against the religion. So the so-called preacher, they preach that if you will get out, you will free from this place, you will not obey your master, so you will go wrong, you will go to hell, God will not happy with you, and Jesus will not happy with you, so you have to obey your master. Then faith community, they come and they change their mind, they accordingly teach them right way.
Okay, we have about 4 minutes left, so I'm going to ask Lema. Yeah, just Lema, and I think Maggie wanted to say something.
Over time, we underestimate the power of faith community. There's a World Council of Churches that set up agendas for different global issues, and I don't see a lot of our activist group or advocate groups engaging them. 2 years ago, they were in South Korea, where they were talking about many different things, including women's rights, and some of the issues of domestic violence and violence against women came up. And by the time you talk about it, the room is as quiet as anything, and you realize that a lot of our global leaders will pay attention to what the Pope will say, what the chief imam will say. So I think what we need to do is take our advocacy to the doors of these global religious entities. Start talking with them, not talking to ourselves all of the time, as my 14-year-old daughter said once upon a time. So I think engagement is the word, real engagement.
You want to say something? Only if we can go on to another question, unless you want to.
Oui. Je crois que nous n'avons qu'une seule religion.
I believe in love. If I weren't a Christian, I would commit suicide. What I survived, loss of family, 60 persons. But I was able to continue to live. Even those who were involved in the massacre, who killed my family, I reconciled myself with them. I have been always saying mercism because they don't know what they do. We shouldn't forget, we should forgive. Look around. I'm here in Armenia. why the wars take place. Because we're not tolerable, we don't forgive. I worked a lot in United Nations with United Nations. There's lack of tolerance. There's no commitment to listen to simple people. You in the United Nations there work, you have objectives, there's mechanisms, strategy, results, and outputs, and you don't speak yourself. I commit the God's will. We need commitment. It's a value. All what you do will change. And everyone would be excited.
Panel, if anyone has a final question. Okay, no, yeah, okay, one final question there, and then we'll wrap up.
From Human Rights Watch. I guess my question is a general question for any of the panelists that want to answer. Can you share a bit more about the risks and the threats involved in the work that you do and the courageous work that you do in terms of intervention and helping various groups and defending human rights in general, the threats that you might have received either from governments or even local community leaders or even friends or relatives. So can you elaborate a bit more on that? Thank you.
Go to Josephine.
It's interesting because the work that we do is all about risks, like right from starting it off. And one of the risky issues is, as I said earlier, is we are balancing between culture and the law. And for me, actually, I've been threatened by the villagers, the community, because they think I'm going against the law, the culture. And I have been also threatened by men who have gone to school because, for example, we had a PhD holder going back to the village to marry a 14-year-old while his last daughter is 21 years old. So it didn't make sense. So we had to push for this guy to be arrested. And everyone was against me, like, why are you preventing this girl from going to get a rich man? So that was how they looked at it. But they didn't see this girl's rights are being violated. So like the recent case we've had was a government chief who is like 54 years old, almost retiring from service, and he's supposed to be the one protecting these children from the household level, but he goes ahead and marries a 12-year-old girl as a third wife, and we have to arrest him. He's government, we are arresting this guy, and every one of us, everybody thinks we are crazy because we are trying to use the law to arrest the same person who's supposed to be using the same law to protect these children. So it's a conflict of the work, the interest of the people, and the law. So basically, it's a risky job, but we can't stop because we need these girls to be protected and to have a better future. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid we'll have to stop there. Our panelists will be around for the next few days. Feel free to continue the conversation in the hallways and over dinners. But I think we heard some amazing, very powerful statements. The same richness of humanity, get people to look at the bigger picture, be practical, no more know-it-all men. Listen, provide dignity, and above all, educate your girls and your children. So thank you for a wonderful panel.
Thank you very much, Nancy, and thank you very much to the panelists. I mean, if you think about the number of people that the panelists in front of you have helped over the course of their work so far, it is pretty extraordinary. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. And I don't know if you sort of agree with me, but the way I see it is what we've got here today is great moral authority, great moral leadership, fearlessness, commitment. I mean, we've been hearing about the kind of purest form of altruism. And some really extraordinary stories right from the outset, actually, from Lema Bowie, the story that you told about the lady who was caring for the soldier only to discover that he had actually killed his own daughter, and she went on to continue to care for him. The story from Margarita Baron-Kitze. I mean, these are amazing experiences that you have, but you continue to do powerful, very positive work in the world. And of course, from Saida Ghulam Fatima, who has faced herself, as she told us, enormous threats to do the work that you're doing in Pakistan, saving so many children. And finally, Josephine Kalea, who has, you know, as you heard from her, has saved over 1,000 young girls who are in forced marriages or being abused. And I think what is most powerful, and it leads us actually onto the next panel, was the photograph that you all saw of the 8-year-old girl that Josephine rescued this week. It's the power of the image to move people actually to take action and do something. And I'm sure, like me, you were very struck by those two images that were put up there. So please, one final round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. So we are entering the last 100 meters. It's the final stretch. I think we're going to take about 30 seconds just to reorder the stage, and then we'll move on to Ted Koppel. Oh, by the way, there's no break, so please stay in the room.
leaders from Iceland to leaders here in Armenia have felt the impact of that investigative piece, and it's not over yet. And these are all independent investigative journalism units, thankfully funded by foundations, and I have to give a nod to the Knight Foundation, Gates Foundation, Open Society, and others who help fund these efforts. But these are incredibly important efforts, and they are bearing fruit. And I guess, you know, I don't want to go on and on about this, but I do think that we have a new ecosystem now. You know, the breaking news is no longer in the hands of ABC or CBS or NBC. Citizens break news. Citizens are usually there on the scene to see what's happening. We need the journalists, and of course we need the great journalists who can come in and analyze and explain and probe. But breaking news is a different story right now.
Is undeniable, but for all the great stories that have been broken, and I'll come back to you in a couple of minutes so you have a chance to think about it. Tell me about 4 or 5 other great stories that have been broken by similar groups. Who are the trusted media authority figures, Kirk, these days? Because it sure as hell ain't us anymore.
Well, I think Joyce has got you so far on this argument. I like the idea of citizen journalists.
Pull that mic in a little closer to you.
I like the idea of citizen journalists because we, at the local level, which was where I spent my career for much of my employment at the Globe, we depended on people who believed in the power of the press, the integrity of the press, the fairness of the press, and the thoroughness of the press to pick up the phone and call us. We didn't get the stories we got, whether it was about City Hall, State House, federal government, or the Catholic Church. That did not come from authorities. The authorities want to have nothing to do with us. The authorities want to give out the same drivel of good news and success and enterprise. It wasn't so. And what we depended on is they're giving us the tips that then we use our fairness, thoroughness, professionalism to get at the story, to come out with a complete account, which can have an extraordinary positive effect of, on the citizen body. Right. And that to me is that where we're headed on the international? I hope so. I hope so. I hope we're not fighting to break news anymore. Let the news be broken by, as it was with the finding of bin Laden, via Twitter.
Hold on one second. Joyce, you wanted to come back. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, I agree, and I just wanted to say that the power of a cell phone, oh, can you hear me? That the power of a cell phone is amazing these days, and even the most authoritarian governments cannot hide from the power of social media. I mean, years and years ago, there was a major earthquake in China, and no one saw a picture from the place in the 70s. Nobody, there was no pictures. The whole town was with our citizenry, in which we can actually use them as sources. Yes, you have to verify. There are lots of different issues, but it's a whole different...
Ignatius, is it 3-zip, or do I have any support?
Well, you know, I think I'm going to, this may be characteristic, be in the middle of this one. I think that the revolution that Joyce and Steve have both described, the world in which every person with a cell phone has a publishing platform and the ability to be a reporter or commentator. Every person with a cell phone has a TV camera and can record reality. That is very powerful. The problem is that new world of social media, of narrow band, you know, individual generators and consumers of news broke apart our news aggregators. So our mainstream media, that now is a phrase that usually is said in quotation marks and is a kind of mocking, critical term, But that's the world you described, Ted, where CBS, ABC, NBC had 40 foreign correspondents. We had a role in gathering and then screening, filtering the news, what you really needed to know, what was really important in the world. We tried to make good judgments about what mattered and didn't. That world's been blown apart. So now people choose the narrow casts that interest them. So if you're a Syrian social activist, it's a fact. You can get, in a wonderful, miraculous way, instant images from towns where people are besieged. You can communicate with like-minded members of your opposition group. The problem is there's nothing in our media world that pulls people together. Put aside Syria, take the United States. The effect of new media, this amazing revolution that blew up the franchise of the Washington Post, the New York Times, ABC, CBS, has been to give people media that basically, rather than challenging what they think, rather than organizing, filtering the world, and then telling you what's really essential in the judgment of the editors who ran that publication, you now have media that tell you that what you already think is correct, that reinforce the prejudices that you already have, and people select those media. I mean, they go out and look for the thing that will say the people you think are good, and here's the evidence. And the people you think are terrible, they are. I mean, just look at American cable news. I think it has a nightmarish effect on our politics. As somebody who's still in the mainstream part, writing a column that tries to be as balanced as I can, I'll tell you, it's the things that get hits, that get, become viral, that get millions of people passing them around, are not the things that are seeking to be balanced, and offer objective information. They're the things that spin the information for a particular audience. They're the things that throw red meat over the fence and get grabbed. So it's true, Joyce. These tools are fabulous. They allow something miraculous, but they have blown up something that was also good. And I don't like the way in which people are using these tools to reinforce their prejudices.
Let me just give you a quick statistic to confirm what David Ignatius was just talking about. Today, now, after 7.5 years of the Obama administration, polls indicate that 27% of the American public still believe that he was born overseas, that he is not a natural-born United States citizen. Something like 92% of self-identified Democrats believe in global warming. The number of Republicans who believe in global warming is somewhere in the 30s. In other words, this notion of looking to media, and this goes back to a time when Rupert Murdoch created the Fox network so that there would be a little more conservative coverage out there. It succeeded beyond his wildest expectations. Fox makes about $1.5 billion a year. MSNBC decided that it would do the same thing on the other end of the political spectrum because it was good business. We have all these echo chambers out there right now, but my question, and I see your light on, Kirk, so I'll go to you. My question is, where is the reassuring middle ground anymore? Where are the authority figures that people can turn to and say, well, those people still tell the truth?
I hesitate to tell you what the beach is going to look like after the hurricane. And I don't think, from my perspective, that's really my job to worry about down the road. For right now, the stories we heard today, those are the stories that I want my reporters covering. Those are the stories. That's what's going to make great journalism. That's what's going to make journalism that is essential to my readership. And when I say my readership, I mean our readership. Don't worry about what it's going to look like down the road. I hear you, David, but I don't think we can spend too much. I look to your column to worry about that, but me as the news editor who's assigning people, I'm saying go for the best, the brightest, the most interesting stories. And the ones we heard today, which I haven't read in the Boston Globe or the other major media, those are the ones that I want my readers to
Kirk,
be.
I know you to be an honest man, and you've already demonstrated that by indicating that the stories hadn't been in the Boston Globe yet. Is the Globe going to pay the money to send its own correspondents over to Africa to spend the necessary time to do the kinds of stories that we heard here today?
There's ways of getting around that question. There is indigenous help. There's indigenous reporters. And those reporters, to identify those reporters, that's my responsibility as the senior editor in charge of assigning. That's my response, to set up a network of people, whether it's in Armenia or Turkey or wherever, that I can depend on, that I can pick up the phone and engage them in a story idea that we've heard today and have that story fully reported.
Joyce.
Yes, and I mentioned earlier this era of collaborative journalism. I mean, the organization that I work for, the International Center for Journalists, has helped set up several of these investigative journalism networks around the world. If they know that the Boston Globe wants to work with them on a story, they would be delighted. They exist, and they are breaking stories left and right, from the horse meat story in Europe to the Magnitsky millions that disappeared to, you know, to the Panama Papers. There are big stories being broken by very, very good local journalists. So I think that we're just in a new era where we're still making those links right now. But think about 400 journalists collaborating on that one story. And the news didn't break until they all broke stories around the world. It's pretty phenomenal, interesting new model.
All right. We're here today to talk about the role that journalism is playing, can play in the future, to draw people's attention to and ultimately engage their efforts behind some of the worst inhumanities around the world. My question to you is, I know what the answer is on television. How many of those stories are going to get on the air? This many. This many. Because they don't draw flies. You'll get Donald Trump on the air 50 times before you get a story on a massacre in Africa. I simply want to draw your attention to the fact that the war in Congo, for example, has been going on now in the Democratic Republic of Congo, has been going on for more than 10 years. More than 5 million people have died in that war. How often has that been on the front page of the Boston Globe? Or the Washington Post?
Let's go to something much more local, and that's the fighting in Artsakh. I have heard last week, when I was, the last 2 weeks since President Sarkisian left Boston and I had to rush home here, I've had so many journalists and Armenians in my community pick up the phone and call me and say, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Why is this happening over here? And I've got to, on that, I've got to agree with you. Why don't we have more full reporting, either on the battlefield or at the, in the government offices, to know why did this happen at this point? And I can't, except for my friend Eddie Bagdasarian, who is the director of the investigative reporting team here, HETQ, I'm not sure there are any other reporters on scene. How can that be? That a country that's as small and as special as this is losing 100+ soldiers in the battlefield less than how many miles from here, and that does not become front page news. Shame on the government, shame on us in not reaching out and saying, well, this has to be covered.
David.
The recent fighting at Karabakh is an example of a general problem that I think is really scary, which is that we live in what I sometimes call an embedded world, where covering conflicts has become more dangerous as weapons have become more powerful. And the kinds of things that I used to do as a foreign correspondent, where I felt I had an implicit white flag covering the Lebanese Civil War. I could go back and forth across the Green Line. You know, there were a few snipers, but you could get back and forth, and each side would want to see you and want to talk to you and would want to, you know, tell you its view because they wanted to get in at that time the Wall Street Journal. Today, they have their own ways of telling their stories directly through social media and of spinning their stories and using information as a weapon. I mean, you know, we live in a world where Russia is mastering the use of modern communications as a weapon to achieve its national interests. And it is being emulated, I think, by governments all over the place. And our ability as independent journalists to resist that and tell people what the objective facts are in a world where there's one country has one version, or one militia has one version, and another has another. What's the truth? Our ability to make that judgment and be believed is disappearing. I mean, for every video that's posted about a barrel bombing in Syria, the pro-Assad media team is mounting something to combat it. Take a look when you get your phones out at coverage of this event and the counter media programming that's going on right now to rebut, to push back some of the themes that are being expressed here. That's the world we live in. And I honestly, I mean, to me, this is the biggest challenge that we need to think about. You know, it's great to have citizen journalists. It's great to have people around the world who are newly empowered to tell stories. The problem is we can't figure out a way to aggregate them. You know, we can't figure out a way for there to be an objective, believed, verifiable reality on which decisions are made, action is taken, and I see that getting worse, not better.
Joyce, about 40 or 50 years ago, there was a social scientist by the name of Wilbur Schramm who came up with the term gatekeeper. And by gatekeepers back 50 years ago, he meant the New York Times, the networks. In other words, these were the reliable authority figures through which, or through whom, all information had to pass. I'm not suggesting that those were the golden days, but respond to what David was talking about. The danger of unfiltered information, which does come across the social media all too easily without anyone sitting there, without an editor. I've never worked without an editor. I like to think I'm a pretty careful reporter, and I check my sources. But we need editors. Please.
I couldn't agree more. I'm an editor myself. I couldn't agree more that we need editors. But the issue is, I guess people will take issue with the role of the gatekeeper as opposed to the role of the curator. That there's a lot of information, it's not going through a narrow bottleneck, the gatekeeper, and you're telling me what to think, but you're curating a whole variety of information that I can look at and make some intelligent decisions on. There is a backlash by millennials in our country against even the word objectivity, which they think is an artificial concept.
Yes, there are all kinds of things.
Yes, and it doesn't mean that they want partisanship, which is where I would disagree. I don't think it's partisanship. I think they want authenticity. They want, if you listen to the, last year there was a NPR radio series called Serial. And it was a brilliant series by a woman journalist who looked into the murder of a high school student. What was different about it was that as she is reporting, you are hearing the tale. You don't know how it's going to end up. But you're hearing her questions. You're hearing the struggle she had with the information. You're hearing how she thought through and who she was going after. And that kind of authentic probing is all of what we journalists always do. It's just making our process more transparent, and then we get more credibility. So I just think it's a different, it's not that, I do think that there are distortions in the market. I do think that people get rewarded by having more clicks on superficial things than on substantive David Ignatius columns. I agree. But I think that I actually proposed at a conference I was at recently, we should start up a freaking ad agency that understands what quality news is so that we can put the advertisers with the quality eyeballs and not with the frivolous Kim Kardashian, whatever. But I do want to go.
This is the wrong place to be knocking the Kardashians.
Oh, sorry.
She's us.
Okay, I'll take. Sorry. Okay, Jennifer Lopez. She's from the Bronx, and so am I. But I do believe that this is an incredibly. I would pick Kim Kardashian, right? That's your lead, right? No, I do believe that this is incredibly dangerous times for journalists. So I was a foreign correspondent for 11 years. And I don't think I'd venture out where I went in the past now. And if you think about the challenges of covering ISIS, where a lot of the vast humanitarian crises are taking place, and how very difficult it is for journalists to get near ISIS, because, as David said, you have a big target on your back. They have their own vast social networks, social media networks. They're cranking out their own propaganda. They don't need us anymore to tell the story. So we do have very particular challenges in how we do it and how we get reliable information from Syria. It's no joke that this is a very, very difficult and dangerous time for overseas journalists. I'm proud to say that in conjunction with the Aurora Prize, we're giving an award tomorrow, presenting the award to a New York Times correspondent, Rukmini Kalamaki, for tremendous work in covering humanitarian crises. It can be done, it is being done, and you'll hear more about that tomorrow, and I'm very glad that we had the opportunity to give this award. But I don't underestimate the challenges. It's just we have, as you said, we're in the storm now. Right. We don't know how it's going to shake out, but you still see great stuff happening.
You know, when I came to the second time I came to Yerevan, and I came to Yerevan in 2002, and I was the only member of the panel who spoke English. Everybody else spoke Armenian. I had no understanding of what the issues were here. I was in the land of, as I thought, milk and honey, but I was told, stress the independent need for an independent media. That's what's needed here. There is media, there is newspapers, there's TV, but they're either tied to the government or tied to a political party. And that remains so all these years later. You know, there is Hetek, thank you. There is a few more independent, but that's the need. I remember what the late Ben Bagdikian said. To get great reporting, either from TV or from newspapers, you need to have an independent, thriving news organization. Unless you get a thriving news organization, expect to hear Mozart play on a ukulele. You're not going to get it. You have to have a thriving news organization. And that's what's being born here. You know, it's the pro-publicans, it's the politicos, it's the independent organizations of journalists trying to come up with monetizing this new world and doing things that drew us into the business, at least drew me into the business, and drew Ted into the business, which I wanted to be upfront. I want to be my notebook out, and I want to be able to express my questions from my value system, which is a value system born of this country in America, born of the First Amendment. That's what I wanted, and I think that's what still, every class I go to, I spoke to a class here of journalism students, that's what drove these kids, is to get up close, ask questions, and bring their value system to the crises at hand.
I couldn't agree more.
Sorry.
You should go ahead, I've been talking. No, I couldn't agree more that what we need is vigorous independent media, and that's what we're trying to propagate in my organization, and that's why foundation support is so important. But I just wanted to make one other trend that's very new and interesting, is that there's a rise of fact-checking organizations now around the world. And you're seeing fact-checkers, AfroCheck, Chequeado, all sorts of groups that are coming up and looking at what the media is printing and what politicians are saying and holding their feet to the fire. So you see these new startups that are actually trying to hold both the media and officials accountable. It's a very interesting trend.
There was a great U.S. Senator from New York, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who used to say, everyone is entitled to his own opinion. Everyone is not entitled to his own facts. That was then. This is now. These days, people expect to be entitled to their own facts. I just am a firm believer, and David, I'm sorry I'm cutting into your time a little bit, I'm a firm believer in the essential qualities of editing. Journalism is not a one-person process. It requires editing. And there is an enormous difference between social media and journalism. With that, David?
Just a couple of observations. For some years, 15 years ago, I was the editor of the International Herald Tribune, which is an international, doesn't exist anymore. It was taken over by the New York Times, but was an international example of American-style journalism. It aggregated the best of the New York Times and the Washington Post and then put it out to the world. And when I traveled, everywhere I went, I was struck by the difference between what we did in our newspaper, the way we went about reporting and organizing the news, and what I saw from the local media, which, almost every paper had a political spin, a bias that was evident not just on its editorial page, but in its news coverage. And, I felt we were apostles of a different kind of journalism, American-style journalism. And I think, as much as Steve said, we need to be unembarrassed about defending and supporting and arguing for that, not because it's American, but because it's journalism, because it's real, because it's independent, because it's courageous, because it defies government, because it refuses to bend because it's convenient. For the authorities, and for people like us, Joyce does this as well as anybody I know. People like us need to be in support of courageous, independent, real journalists who have this image, I think, of American-style journalism, because they're the ones taking the risks. I mean, it's easy for me to talk about this. I live in Washington now.
Before you jump in, and then Joyce, we'll hear from Kurt, then from Joyce, and then I'd like to get you all involved in this process. I'll wave back at you, but I'm not coming to you yet.
I apologize for staying local and being a little bit dictatorial here. This is what David just said is important for here, for this city, for this country. For the leadership of this country to understand that a free press is a pillar of the American democracy, and it only enhances the credibility and the power of this country. That has to be understood and observed, because only that way are you going to get 3 million or 30 million or 300 million, as it is in the United States, people believing in the quality, the integrity of your leadership. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And no matter how much repression or fooling the public you try to do, you're not going to enhance and build and establish a democracy that works. It's happening here. It's so important for this country and this leadership to understand that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And I think that if when you can make a case for any aid policy, whether it's health, the environment, you name it, humanitarian crises. If you have an independent media that is fully functioning, you are more likely to achieve your goals than if you don't. And I know I'm the Pollyanna on the panel here, but I do see enormous potential here. And one of the things I wanted to talk about on the positive side was the fact that we have tools now to be able to engage audiences in very positive ways, as opposed to all the horrible stuff that may go out on social media, as David talked about. We have you saw that in the Washington Post piece recently that won the Pulitzer. We have the ability to, in this new era of data journalism, to take the data and bring the story down to me, to one. Here's the elections and here's what happened in the elections. How did my community vote? I can find out. In Nigeria, in Kenya, there's a very good newspaper there that has a portal called Dodgy Doctors. You can go on that portal, you can put your doctor's name in, and you can find out if he's licensed to practice medicine, which is huge. So the more that we have this open data movement, and the more the journalists can gain access to the data, as you see with the Pentagon Papers, the Panama Papers, I'm dating myself here, we have the ability to tell bring the news to me, bring the news to you, and make you respond, and we call it engage our audiences with quality content, not crappy content, but quality content that perhaps could change lives. And so I think we'd arguably say it can change lives and can change policies.
Okay, let's start going to questions. I promised the gentleman in the back that, have you gone away? Well, you've gone away, all right. Go ahead, sir.
Oh yes, thank you. I'm Mark Grigorian, a local journalist with 10 years experience with the BBC in London. First of all, I'll start very briefly with a bit of critique about today's panel, which is, I think, not really internationally balanced.
It's true.
And then secondly, talking about the issues that you raised. We depend on our readers, viewers, or listeners, we the media. And our readers and viewers, our audience is coming to the media very often to hear, to read comments. And now these days, they're turning to the facts, going to the social network and getting the facts from the social networks. And it raises another issue of trust and credibility. The thing is, how are we utilizing the trust and credibility that the readers have towards the social networks? And the thing is of how we are absorbing these social networks facts into our reporting. Thank you. This was more of a comment rather than a question.
No.
Thank you.
I mean, first of all, I think with deference to the panel and myself, you're right. It should have been a more cosmopolitan, a more international panel next year. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Arsen Kharatyan. I currently actually run my own radio station in Georgia, but I used to work for The Man, for Uncle Sam of America in Washington. As you may know, VOA used to be one of the main and the most important sources of information for the Soviet Armenia and many other Soviet countries. I could remember the shortwave where my grandparents would say, shh, it's VOA now, we're going to hear what's going on. I want to talk about the stage of propaganda we are dealing with. Obviously, Voice of America is a state-funded organization with almost $1 billion budget per year. We have BBC representative who just spoke. We have now the very, I think in many ways, more successful Russian RT that is becoming more and more popular even in the US and elsewhere. Where are we and how serious is the impact, do you think, of the new state-run propaganda machines such as the above mentioned, and of course the Chinese that is coming slowly but surely. I would actually appreciate the panelists to touch upon this issue in general and how to basically confront those huge, giant organizations as independent journalists and as journalists that work on the ground in different places. Thank you.
Would it be your impression, who would like to pick up on that? Would it be your impression that if the days of the major newspapers and days of the major networks have been drastically affected by the existence of social media and the internet, I would think that the place of, the role of organizations like Voice of America in particular would certainly have been affected by the skill with which so many different governments now are putting out social media.
Well, it's a much more competitive world. RT is a perfect example. I mean, they're aggressive, they have good production values, it doesn't look clunky and Soviet, it looks hip and stylish. To me, it is sometimes wildly inaccurate based on my sources of information, but it's powerful. I mean, just to say it simply, I want to live in a fact-based world. I want there to be Armenian journalists, Armenian media that I can go to and trust, who have the principles of our profession, independence, fairness, that you just know reading what they do or seeing it on that they're real journalists. I begin to despair about that around the world, but also in the United States, we are less and less in a fact-based world. I mean, we have fact checkers in America that have checked every one of these crazy assertions that Donald Trump makes. There were thousands of Muslims cheering when the World Trade Center towers fell in New Jersey. And it has been demonstrated in every way that you can objectively show that that's a lie, that it's false. And I'll tell you, there are many people who support Donald Trump who are convinced not that of the falsity of the claim, but that our conspiracy, the mainstream media, it's even worse than they thought because we've managed somehow to destroy all the video footage because otherwise, you'd find the stuff. So we want a fact-based world. All I would say to the Armenian journalists in the audience is the same thing that Steve did. I deeply respect your commitment to do, this is a harder place to be a real journalist than where I work, but God bless you, and just know that you have people around the world who are just so hungry for the kinds of information that you can produce if you can do it, and we want to help you whatever way we can, organizations like Joyce's.
Joyce, I'd just like to refine the question a little bit and then go to you. Donald Trump has 6 million Twitter followers. He has 7 million Facebook followers. And I believe that what he is engaged in is providing the illusion of intimacy. People actually believe that Donald Trump is communicating directly with them. So if the Washington Post or ABC or the Boston Globe says something, that's the stupid establishment. Donald told me. So talk about that in terms of it as at least a pitfall. I'm not suggesting it's...
Yeah, I think in the era of authenticity, he sounds authentic. I think in the era of authenticity, he sounds authentic. I think people look at the gridlock in Washington and hear the old political sayings, and there's gridlock, nothing's getting done, there's frustration between the two parties in our country, and I think people are sick and tired of it. So somebody who's ostensibly a straight talker comes along, and keep in mind that he's our reality TV candidate. To go back to Kim Kardashian, this guy has been running The Apprentice for what, a decade?
10 years.
He has been showing his management expertise to a global audience for a long time. So there's other things behind the Donald Trump message that people are finding attractive. I'm not saying this is a good trend. I want to talk about, just because I know that this is a pitfall, and it is a problem. Let me go back to the question of the Armenian journalist here. There also are people in your audience who don't buy what the state-run TV is saying. They know that it's not authentic. Your audience, people, maybe everybody's in this brainwashed period, but I think people you have to give your audience a little bit more credit. In Mexico, for example, there are lots of major media, but they're in the hands of wealthy and powerful people, and oftentimes they just censor news when it's not convenient. And there's a woman, Carmen Aristegui, who has her own website. She broke a big story on a radio station about the Mexican White House and corruption with the Mexican White House, which meant the establishment went against her. She and her team lost their jobs, and now she has her own website, Aristegui Noticias. She has 6 million followers, okay? 6 million followers on Twitter. So there is something going on here as well, where I don't trust the mainstream message of the oligarchs or the people who are powerful, but I am listening to this person who I think is telling me the truth. And the other thing that's happening with they're doing is they're sharing with the network, and somebody's bold enough to pick it up and say, I'm going to run with it, and she does. So we have some interesting trends, counter trends going on that are promising.
Forgive me, Joyce. We're down to our last couple of minutes. And you know what I would like to give an opportunity to each member of the panel here to just sort of summarize a little bit. We have a lot of questions going. I, for one, will be happy to stay behind and talk to any of you who want to talk. And if any of my colleagues here want to stay behind, that's fine. But we're going to cut this off in 2 minutes, and you can all go get a drink.
Could I just echo what Joyce had said as a recent event here, out of the Panama Papers? With some